Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to be once more around with you guys, lovely people, this blessed afternoon. We say greetings to where you're watching us from, be it in Africa, in America, in Europe, any part of the world where you're receiving us. We say good evening and welcome. My name is KJ, and I'll be sitting in today to review the last broadcast and of course the man of the year, and to review what was your most outstanding event this year that is going by. And I don't intend to play a lot of videos or even play a video at all. I intend to get everybody to have a bite at it so that we all can discuss. Many events happened around the world, and people have all shades of opinion about it, and we want to give you the opportunity to make an input. And so your views are welcome. We do not censor people, but we ask you to please be respectful and do not insult and speak only that which is the truth. I think today I'm a bit on a low energy, but God will help me. So you are welcome, and we're going to go right ahead, and I will just, while I'm wise and wait for people to come in, I will start by saying that some of the major events that we've seen, I'll start from Abia State. Abia State has officially introduced a brand new electric vehicles, buses that will ply, the state of Abia. And for this Christmas time, no matter where you're coming from, it's going to be free for you to get to Abia and back to your base. So for those people who are from Abia, please go and look for how to get those tickets or book your ticket and enjoy the ride while it lasts. And so Alex Oti has been an outstanding governor and has contributed a lot, really a lot. He's doing his the father the Lord's work very quietly, and he's the people of Abia, we celebrate him, and the mere fact that he has refused to be let himself to be under pressure by saying he's not going to contest after this means that nobody can shake his tree, because you're not going to wait for him anywhere to say okay, we'll frustrate you when you come for election. There's not going to be election. There will be no LXOT on your Senate seats, on your Senate ballots. So there's nothing you can do to him. He will win again, and Abia will still be under him for 8 years. And when that happens, Abia will become a destination around the globe. And we are praying that he doesn't lose track and will continue to go ahead. One other thing that is shaking everybody's tree in Nigeria right now is the new tax reform. We don't understand why at this age, after 65 years of being a nation, we go all the way to France to go get people who will now help us to collect tax in our own nation, thereby giving them our database. And nobody's thinking the fact that when they have our database, they can actually identify those who have money, and they can actually poach on those people to give them sumptuous offers that will bring them or make them leave the shores of Nigeria to go develop put those money in France. But because we are more concerned about what will come to the individual, we're not thinking too far about these things we are doing, which does not make any sense at all. We have Nigerian Institute of Chartered Accountants. Nobody saying anything. The Nigerian Bar Association is not raising an eyebrow. The National Assembly is supposed to be the people entering into, looking at all bilateral agreements, are not even, looking at this at all. This agreement that Nigeria has entered into with France, and I think it's a bad thing. We are now trying to be the one to enslave ourselves after coming out from one form of slavery. We are now going to financial slavery. Only God knows what next will happen. The other story that beats my heart, that interests me, is the Omoto show me the law. It's a very good thing that for my very first time that a judge cannot actually read out a script from where he's prosecuting a weakness or a charge, a criminal as such is sought to use, if for a lack of a better word. You cannot show the person the law, and the person is reading for you why you shouldn't be doing what you are doing. All he dared to do was just make sure you get the person out of the law court and read, make your pronouncements. These are not favorite times in our days as we live, as we move on. Then, yes, the big elephant in the room finally have been addressed, which is the terrorism that is going on in parts of Nigeria. Sometimes when we say these things, people take it for granted that nothing is going on. Okay, there's no Christian genocide. So what? Even if the whole of the north was full of Muslims, should they be killed? Should they now die because they are Muslims? So it doesn't make any logical sense when you say it's not only Christians that are being killed. It's very, it's a wrong premise for which you are using to compare. But that's not what we are going to examine today. That's part of what I think makes the year. The coming in of America and decisively settling one, letting the terrorists know, we know where you are and we can come for you anytime. And so if they know that this can come to them, maybe they would have been more discreet or they would have left Nigeria. But they find a government that is not ready to confront its problems. And consequently, they are running rough shoulder over Nigeria from Sokoto to Zamfara, from Zamfara to Yenegua to any other place they choose. But we thank Donald Trump. He has come to put some points, full stop to those things. Anybody who don't like it, you can go and hug the Transformers, Nigerians will say. On that faithful note, I will bring Chim back from the backstage, and Tony. These are great guys. You are welcome. It's good to see both of you. I'm sure that we all can do justice because these are some of the great guys we have in this panel. You're welcome, Chim. I hear that your village have been marked down again. They are around in that place now. Now, as I was sent pictures from that place, that now. I don't know if they've been able to expel them. So, but they are there. We're welcome.
Are you sure is Mba or is it Uzwakoli that they're in?
It's in Pan Uzwakoli now.
Okay.
In both places.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we are not. We've always been friendly and welcoming to them.
So was the Yewa people.
Sorry.
The Yewa is made up of half of Fulanis.
Yeah, but they are not half of us. They know what they are doing in that area. They know they can't do anything too much because for that whole axis, up till Ohafia and Abriba, you cannot trifle with all those people in those areas. So they know to quietly do their business. Even though, in the past, nobody bothered about them going, because then those who used to do it in those days were kind of respectful. They used to go into empty lands that were not farms. Do you understand? I mean, I've gone farming with my grandmother and I saw we ran into herders, peaceful herders, I should say, and they will wave at you, greet you. You see them, they are able to tell that this is a farm versus just a fallow land that has no farm, that has no crops. And you will see their cows do the thing in that area and go. And nobody worried with them. Do you understand? They were just part of the ecosystem, even though you could say that in the modern world, such shouldn't be happening. But they used to roam with some degree of caution, I should say. But now, with what is now happening, people are starting to be a bit more cautious and confrontational with them. So, but I want to believe that they won't meddle unnecessarily, because if they meddle, people in that area, you know what I'm saying, they won't find it funny. Nobody's going to come and be waiting for federal government to come and do anything. Nobody, the federal government doesn't even know we exist in any case. So you know what I mean. So they will find it tough. But I know, but I didn't watch the earlier show because I was out, so I couldn't. By the time I came in, it was already done. I'm
Yeah.
not sure exactly what
We are
the
reviewing the year and your man or woman of the year of 2025.
My woman of the year from the Nigerian angle will be Natasha Akpoti. She will be my woman of the year. Woman of the year, not necessarily because I'm a fan, but more in the fact that she's been able to make a statement. She took on the establishment in the National Assembly. Anybody can say what they want to say, but she stood her ground. In spite of trying to penalize her unlawfully and wrongly, she was still able to at least provide dividends of democracy, as Nigerians call it, to her constituents. Like her or dislike her, question how she's doing it, question where the funds are coming from. That's currently immaterial. What is material is the fact that she knows that there are people who she is responsible to politically, and those people do not sit in Aso Rock. They do not sit behind the gravel in the National Assembly. It is the people who elected her in Kogi State, and she's able to provide the dividend of democracy for them. As for man of the year, that's a bit tough. I don't know that any man has done anything that I find worthy this year.
That's interesting. Are you
Yes.
serious?
I don't know that any man has done anything that I find worthy to commend this year per se. But maybe if let me try and be controversial. I want to be controversial here. I think my man of the year will. My man of the year might just be Donald Trump.
Okay.
You know, for deciding to shake up the Nigerian political establishment, he's my man of the year.
And
Because
it's not Gumi, as somebody says.
who is Gumi? Gumi is what did he do? My man of the year is Donald Trump. It's controversial, but he remains my man of the year. Why is he my man of the year? He shook the Nigerian political establishment. He put them on their toes. Because of him, the Nigerian government is running kita and acting like they want to solve a problem that they've always known existed, but they've always tried to turn a blind eye to. Mm-hmm. So for the fact that somebody somewhere got them to start acknowledging a problem that exists, I can tell you Tuga has grown more white hair and white since. Yes, he was relaxing as a foreign affairs minister until this happened. You can see when he's even talking, there seems a lot of sweat on his brows every day. So Nigerian political, everywhere in the world, you elect persons to office, and before they leave that office, a lot of white hair appears on their head, which implies that they are working. The stress of the office is impacting them. But the Nigerian president or the Nigerian politician is the one who goes into office and grows pot belly, starts looking fresh. If he was sick, he suddenly starts looking rehabilitated. You understand? We saw a dying Buhari start looking younger than his age when he got into office. The one in office now that was already doing like this before, suddenly now is a bit more stable and looking fresh because they don't do anything. There's no work for them to do. There's no pressure from the populace for them to serve them. So this man put pressure on them. We've seen Akpabio suddenly now is needing help to come down from a vehicle. Maybe the pressure of Donald Trump has put more impact on his health. And so as far as I'm concerned, that's a good thing for me. I know people have a divergent of views about it, but Donald Trump is my man of the year because he has put pressure on the Nigerian political class So I think I will yield at this point to Tony, and then
Okay,
come back.
one question. This
Okay.
culture of going to line up when the president is traveling to shake hands with him before going, where is it? Where is it practiced in the world? Because I see Donald Trump walking alone to enter his plane. Nobody goes to line up. I see other world leaders traveling, and nobody goes to line up to welcome them, to shake them before they enter, and when they are coming back, to come and shake them before they come back. What does that, what's the meaning of that, by the way? Is there anywhere it is written in protocol that must be done before you? When you are coming back to your house, does your wife wait for you at the door to shake hands with you before opening the door for you? How does that happen? What's the reason?
I don't even exist to that constituency. So, so everybody goes about their life. So, but the point is this: I hear you and I agree with you. It's a culture. I'm not sure where it's coming from. But if you ask me, I think these are relics of colonial rule. You know, when one DC goes away and is coming back, there's an entourage of locals that go to wait for one DC. So people carry one DCs, but when the one DC is going to the UK, back home for vacation from rural Africa back in the days, there are people who will carry one DC's box to the train station, and then one DC will ride the train to the closest airport where he will fly back to the UK. When a new one DC is coming, they will tell them, I'm intentionally using those words, and I'm sure you know why I'm using those words. When the new one DC is coming, they will go and wait for him in the train station. The villagers will come out clapping. There will be a lineup that the new white man that is coming to rule over them is coming back. You will see people shouting, yes, yeah, massa, 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 and all those things. So these are relics of colonialism and slavery. The unfortunate thing is, you would have expected that many of these people who do these things, as educated as they are or enlightened, would have said to themselves, why are we doing this? Because let me give you an example. I remember when I was working for a certain corporate organization, and you know how we over-respect so-called expatriates in Nigeria. So I recall I was supposed to sign an official vehicle to go for my assignment. And the guy who was assigning me the vehicle was waiting to see if there was a free vehicle and a driver to take me. He found one just before he gave it to me. A Sri Lankan who was supposedly an expatriate working in that company came and was trying to hijack the vehicle being assigned to me. And the guy who was assigning to me was falling to give it to him. I had to block. I said, what are you talking about? And the guy was like, no, yeah, I said Sri Lanka in Nigeria. Sri Lanka, inside Nigeria. Like if you try it. No, if I suffer British man and suffer American, I'll come and suffer Sri Lanka in this country. Just because his skin is slightly lighter than my own. Are you okay? So, but we have Nigerians still doing that. As a matter of fact, let me call out a man like Dangote a little bit on this. It might sound different. How do you go employ an Indian to come and run your organization when there are Nigerians who can run them? You go there, you see all these. Adenuga of Globalcom does the same thing. They go employ Indians and fill them all over the place. So it's the same culture. You understand? If
Okay.
our elites,
but can I answer that for you?
You will answer. Let me just land on this and
Okay.
you answer. If our elites can go out, they go to Bombay and Shanghai and wherever to employ those light-skinned Asians to come and run their organizations, what do you think the average Nigerian will do? So it's a relic, a follow-up from colonial era where we serve those white people. So what we've simply done now is we've moved from white overlords to our black overlords, and the black overlords want to enjoy what they saw their white counterparts in the colonial era enjoy. And so that's why we'll find a Hope Uzodinma will fly all the way from Owerri and fly to Abuja to wave at a president that was going away. And you'll be asking yourself, doesn't he have a job in Owerri to do? Do you understand? So that's just my view. I think it's a carryover. It's a carryover mindset. We've carried just the same. We carry over everything. We carry over our African religion into Christianity and make the Christianity worse than it looks because we carry over all the mindset and every practices we exhibit in our African tradition. I'm not saying if you want to be an African traditionalist, stay there and do it. but don't carry over something from something into another. It just dilutes it. I will end by saying this. You know the popular saying, you cannot pour new wine into an old wine skin. It will burst. That is exactly what you see the Nigerian political elite doing. They are carrying over all those things into a realm they shouldn't be carrying it over into.
Thank you so much, Jim. I appreciate those your contribution. I was listening to, I can't remember, one of the Nigerian millionaires. I think it was Dangote also, who said the reason why they look for foreign top management staff because some of them have employed some Nigerians before and they steal you dry. They just make sure that So because of that, majority of them prefer to bring in people from outside who will do the work, and the collateral damage will be less. Because in that interview, the guy was saying that sometimes when you employ Nigerians at very top management level, where a lot of resources go through, they begin to behave as if it's an entitlement spirit that makes them want to share in what you have. Whether that is true or not, that was the
yeah. Let me just respond a little bit to that before Tony goes in. I hear you. That has been the argument, and if you and rightly so. But KJ, the truth about the matter is this: if you find somebody corrupt, are there measures and processes for holding them accountable? The answer is yes. Why don't you hold them accountable? So I'll give you an example. I've worked in an organization where people abused per diem. You know what a per diem is?
Yes.
Yeah, people abused per diem. And when they were trying to stop it somewhere, I asked them, why are you stopping it? Why don't you punish the person who is guilty? If you give somebody a per diem and you're supposed to come home and account for it, and he hasn't accounted for it, penalize him. Why are you punishing the good ones? Okay, it's not as if the good ones who use the per diem and come back and do the right thing, you have promoted them. So why is it that when somebody now abuses something, you now want to stop it? Shouldn't it be a deterrence you put in place to show that you are zero tolerance for stuff like that? So that is not a good enough argument by those people, because even the foreign people come here and steal. They do. We've had white men who came to work for multinationals in Nigeria, and they siphoned funds. Some of them come here and they do things that are unimaginable. But nobody goes to follow them because, oh, quote unquote, he's an American, quote unquote, he's a Briton, quote unquote, he's an Italian, quote unquote, he's a Swiss. And then they gloss over their excesses. Many of them come in here and they give under the carpet contracts to people who will return funds to them back in their home country and not here. What are we talking about? So
I agree with you, Chim. I agree with you. That I remember the interview. The guy said another problem is that sometimes they also collaborate with their juniors. So at the management level, you try to stop any form of collaboration, because if they are all Nigerians, they will cover up, themselves, their loopholes. Whether that is true or not is a discussion of another day. Let's move on, Tony.
No problem.
All right, Tony, thank you so much. You been around, and so who is your man or woman of the year? Someone suggested that Gumi's new wife or George Akume's new wife should be one of those who should be the woman of the year, and that man of the year should be Gumi, who now have confirmed to us that the terrorists are his brothers and they are his sisters, and they're not going anywhere. Who will be your man of the year if you are asked to elect?
Greetings, KJ. Greetings, members of the panel and those who are listening. In the first part of this program, I had already indicated who my man of the year is and who my woman of the year is. But maybe if you want me to repeat it, I could just go through. For me, my man of the year is Governor Oti. And my woman of the year is Hajia Najatu Muhammad. And I give reasons for that. I think that people who hold public office must show character, must show a willingness to be impactful in what they do, must show some honesty, and must show a desire to serve the people. And I think for me, Governor Oti has demonstrated all that. You don't have to be a saint, but within you can, people can see your vision. People can see a work towards realizing that vision, and it has to be something that can be appraised. People can access it, they can see it, not just bare talk and propaganda. So when people see it, they are ready to pay tax. When people see it, they buy into that government. When people see it, they're ready to defend that government. When people see it, they know that this is a man who has come to work. And so for me, Oti demonstrates that. Everything that he has done shows that he's come for business. And so, again, it becomes a shining light for all the others who are also in governance, and that it's possible, really, to be entrusted in public office to do something that will move the state forward. So that's why I took him. And then I talked about Majatu. You see, there are people, if you look at, current political dispensation, there are people who are just, they're hangers on in the corridors of power. People who are looking for office, they are ready to sing your praise, they're ready to, just to have a bite, so they're ready to eat with the devil, not even with a long spoon, with a short spoon, So, but there are still, to know that there are people who have character, who, even when they are offered office, will say, no, if you can't tell me the thing that you want to do, I don't want to serve in the government. And I'm impressed that you still have women of character, who can look you in the face and say, what are you going to do for my people, or for me, or for Nigeria in this area? And once it sees that you have nothing to offer, and in fact, that even when that discussion was going on, you were sleeping, you said, no, I'm not going to be part of that government. So, and I think Najatu demonstrated that, she's that kind of person. If Nigerians listen to her, maybe we will not be in this mess. And so I celebrate her, and that's why I chose her as someone, because we must have character, we must have integrity, we must have principles. It should come first before the layer of office. So that's why I chose her. And I think that's the direction in which Nigeria should go. Unfortunately, that's not what is happening now. So it's a shame. But for me, it's applause for the women, because we have so many of them. We have Professor Mrs. Oti, who has also tried in her own way to show that she has to be different and to stand out, even at the risk of her life. So I commend the women. Unfortunately, we don't see too many of these women in our political system. The men don't allow them. And my fear is that, my feeling is that, because they know that these mothers will be thinking about their children, they're thinking about their brothers, their husbands. And so they are not easily as gullible as men. Yeah, there's some bad women, yes, there are. But I think that the one of just these two that I've mentioned, and many of them, we've seen Akunyeli, we've seen the woman who died, who had to risk her life, when we had this challenge of Ebola, and stop this guy who came from Liberia. Because it would have been, Nigeria would have, Europe was waiting, America was waiting to see how these people are going to be wiped out. But the woman stood and held the man and ensured that he didn't go, spreading this thing, which would have been a disaster. America, it took a long time before America could deal with Ebola, but Nigeria did it, and part of it was the example that this woman showed. So we have women who have demonstrated. You don't want to talk about Konjawala. There's so many people, obviously, there are so many people who have demonstrated, women who have demonstrated. And I think so. I think this is, Nigeria should be, if they really want to move this country forward, I think, you have to, give the women more slots. The men have to allow the women more slots, because we see flashes of brilliance in some of our women, which is what Nigeria needs today. But having said that, I also want to let me comment briefly about what you said about Dangote employing Indians and so on. At that level of investment, considering the amount that is put down, you need people who have high technical skill, probably who have had experience, work in that kind high tech investment, So you need them. You don't find too many of them in Nigeria. If you do find them, okay, unless you're going to import them from abroad, if you do find them, these are people who have worked in places like NNPC and all that and all that. And I don't think that many of us will want to touch people like that from those territories. I'm not saying everybody there is bad. But the other thing too is there's the counterpart funding. I believe that that Indian man is representing not just himself, probably representing an organization that may have some investment, in Dangote industry. And so that's what many people do. You want the best if you're going to float that kind of company and put down that kind of investment. And some of the monies were monies that you loaned from, you taken as a loan. You want to make sure that you get the best quality. You want to make sure that, at least your top management, the ones that you think have the competence and ability to ensure that the goal of that organization is fulfilled, not people who are pursuing their personal interest. So that may be some of the reasons, but I'm just, that's my feeling. I can't tell you. But
Thank you, Tony.
The other thing, sorry, one more thing I want to add, which we didn't say when we're talking about looking at 2025. There's something interesting that I find when I was looking at Harvard Business Review for 2025. Early in the year, Harvard Business Review conducted a study on Igbo apprenticeship system. And in the paper that it was published, that it published after the research, it called A Nigerian Model for Stakeholder Capitalism. It identified the Igbo apprentices system as a model of business that should be studied. And today, it is part of a study in Harvard because he agrees that it qualifies as the best business school anyone could go. So that's but this is something that we trivialize here. Unfortunately, it's Harvard that is telling us that there is merit in the Igbo apprenticeship system, which has helped to create jobs and to empower people. And no Nigerian university has ever thought of looking at that option to see how it is that the Igbos are able to create wealth. And today, they dominate the retail sector of the economy. I think it's unfortunate. And these are some of the things that I'm saying, Nigeria, has just gone. These are things that we have, that God has endowed us with, but we don't use them. We don't see any merit in them, but outsiders see it. So let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tony. And I appreciate you bringing that in. I know some people waiting for me to talk about it, but I will refuse to talk about it. Mazi Okpara, you're welcome. Well, we'll have 3 days to the end of 2025. In fact, we will say goodbye to 2025. Some years ago, we used to watch, I don't know how many of you watched Space 1999. It used to be a cartoon, okay. When we're watching those, what's the actor's name now? John somebody and all that. We thought that the war would never get to 2025 because 1991 was even too far away. But today we are in 2025 and it's rounding up. Who is your man of the year? What event has dotted your own 2025 that will make you remember 2025 whenever you think about it?
Yeah, good evening, KJ, and my fellow panelists. Compliment of the season. Man of the year for me, without any regret, without any remorse, is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
Okay.
Who Nigeria government kidnapped in Kenya, extraordinary rendition to Nigeria, kept incommunicado 4 years, tried him in kangaroo courts, which he defeated them in the most courts. Unfortunately, Buhari handed him over to Tinubu, and Tinubu's regime convicted him, sentenced him for life imprisonment without catching Nnamdi Kanu with a single machete, with a single, pocket knife or dagger, what do we call it in Nigeria. They convicted him. They didn't even show him the law which he was convicted of. He was asking, show me the law, show me the law. And as we speak, Nigeria government, Omotosho did not show Nnamdi Kanu the law which Nnamdi Kanu was convicted to life imprisonment. We're talking of life imprisonment. Somebody that you caught him with nothing, just a mere rhetorics, a mere rhetorics. I will do that, I will do this, I will do this, I will do that. You convicted him of, sentenced him for life imprisonment. That was abuse of power. That was abuse of justice. That was, abuse of human right. Anyway, I think the whole thing, the whole process is not over. But as we speak, the young man is languishing in Sokoto prison for I will do this, I will do that. While some people who have said worse than Nnamdi Kanu said are walking freely in Nigeria. We have seen people who killed police officers, Nigerian military, officials coming out from their bushes, hugging with Nigerian security operatives, hugging with governors of the northern Nigeria. Then they will still go back to their bushes with their ammunition. These people, nobody's arresting them, nobody's charging them to court, nobody's imprisoning them to life imprisonment. This is the people we are dealing with in Nigeria. Nnamdi Kanu, what he said could be harsh, but where I live, if the prosecutor could not find evidence of murder, it is very difficult for them to convict the suspect. Very, very. That is why they must make sure that they found the weapon or the knife that the criminal, committed the crime. So Nnamdi Kanu is a victim of Nigeria justice. Nnamdi Kanu is a prisoner of war. Political prisoner of conscience. That's what Nnamdi Kanu is. His wife, for me, is the woman of the year. This woman has endured a lot of things. She lives in the UK with her children, without seeing, access to her husband. I don't know even how she is, coping in England. Because for some women, I don't know. I've not met her. I don't know her, at all. But when she comes on X space and said something, and you expect this woman to break down or to cry, and she's still a very tough woman, I say, please, you are a very brave Igbo woman who loves her husband, who knows that her husband has not committed any crime, but just saying this and that on radio, Then another woman I will give, a woman of I mean, that I just, adore very well is Lol Chimezie, Neka Chimezie. This woman is in Nigeria, but she's doing a great thing for Igbo people. She lives in Lagos, but she is always in Igbo land, exposing the atrocities of Nigerian state against our people.
Okay.
These two women, Lord Neka Chimezie.
Neka Chimezie, we are getting in touch with her.
Yeah.
Sometime
And
next
Mazin and Kano's wife.
Okay. Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mazokpara. Thank you so much for being here also this Sunday. We now, if you just give me one more person, then I'll come to you. Ike, thank you. Welcome. Who be your man of the year and woman of the year? Before you came, somebody have suggested that George Akume's new wife should be the woman of the year because he married the former wife of the Oba of the Oni of Oba, one of those ones.
No,
But who is
KJ, that would be her sixth marriage, according to from the grapevine, sixth.
okay? So
You
she,
don't work
I
go
don't
Dubai. You don't work go Dubai. You don't marry Arabs. You don't marry sheikhs.
Lisbeth Taylor
Yes.
broke record. Lisbeth Taylor. So I have to take off that record because she's gone now to be with the Lord. All right, yeah, Ike.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, happy Sunday.
Happy
If you,
Sunday.
my sister, God bless you. Happy to see you today. I will agree with Tony of Nafisat Mohammed, one, Nenna Oti, two, and what is her name? The senator from Kogi State. What's her name? Natasha.
Okay, Natasha Koti.
But among those three, I am going to choose Nenna Oti. For that singular act of what she did, we can see what democracy can give to people. You can see what democracy can produce in the life of a people. And we can see what Abia has come to be after so many years of misrule of the so-called the political elite. She did what most people would not take the risk to do, but eventually she did it. And that's why today, every day, Lexoti and Abia State is in the map of Nigeria, is in the map of the world. So for that singular act of sacrifice, for that singular act of putting her life on the line to do the right thing for the good of the people of Abia State and Nigeria as a whole. Because if other resident electoral commissioners or returning officers, I don't know what they call them, if they were able to stood their ground like Nenna Oti, I think Nigeria would have been in a better place. Today, the reflection of what that woman did is the testimony that we can see in Abia State. So she is my number one woman of the year in 2025. I'm followed by Senator Apoti because of her tenacity and standing tall in what she believes and fighting, those who felt that they are untouchable. And I believe that, we have a lot of great women like these three women, as we said before. We cannot mention all of them, but I think these three women for me in 2025, they prove so much that we have a lot of great women who can do a better job more than the men. And I think that they deserve every accolade anybody should give them. morality, decency, tenacity, standing strong, standing on what you believe, not minding the intimidation, not minding the male folks, not minding the consequences of your decisions and your actions. They stood their ground. So for me, they are the three of my top notch for 2025. And my prayer for a lot of our sisters is that next 2026, we're going to see greater number of them in so many areas of human life in Nigeria, because we have a lot of them that are smart, intelligent, strong, are strong-willed in decision making. You can see them in the corporate world, in the banking sector. We have a lot of powerful women that are doing great things in Nigeria. So I think if they can be able to get more involved in the political space in Nigeria, I think it will be good for the Nigerian women and our daughters and our granddaughters that are growing up, having some, respected women around they can see and look up to. We have a lot of them. But these three for me is
Okay.
but my number one is Nena Oti. And for
All right.
for the man of the year is Governor Lex Oti. For me, I don't need to think twice who I has to say my man of the year is Dr. Lex Oti.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. And we come to Ify. If can you hear us? All right. So many people have said, Natasha and Nene Oti and all that. Who is your own woman of the year? And who is your own man of the year? And because the way I saw a video of Tinubu's son coming down from the plane. He had the same guard of honor like his father had. So I say maybe I should nominate him as my own man of the year because he's now sharing political power with his father. This thing is coming down. Iyalaja will now become as also we can equally nominate Iyalaja as the honored woman of the year for Lagos State. What's your own view, Ify? Ify, can you hear us?
If he is busy with something else.
If he's busy counting her money, she can't hear you guys.
All right. Stay humble. Please go ahead.
So you want me to tell you my woman of the year?
Yes, every other one. Yes, I mean the woman of the year.
Okay. So my woman of the year really is my supervisor. Let me be a bit selfish.
Okay, no, it's okay. It's
About
the person I've chosen.
Yeah, I've thought about all the people really.
Excuse me. So hold on, stay humble. When you say your supervisor, what role does your supervisor play in the Nigerian role? So we're talking about Nigeria and you're talking about your supervisor. So I'm kind of
I know you
confused.
always like to challenge me, but
I
he
do.
didn't
This
ask
is my
me
first time being on the panel with you. So I
yeah,
don't know what
no.
you're talking about.
This is not the first time, we've had the encounter in the past.
Okay, stay humble, please. Just if you feel like answering a question, answer. No, don't just leave her alone. She's just coming for a very long time. She's not been around. So let's I'll call her that courtesy. Okay, go ahead and answer the question.
Okay. So because you asked me for my woman of the year, right? Didn't you? I don't think you mentioned Nigeria or the world, right?
Yeah, anybody you can choose.
So I can't,
Me, I
think
chose
of
Nnamdi
any
Kanu as
other
my man of the
thing
year. So
really, apart
yes,
from the supervisor. She's my
yes.
woman of the year. If you
Okay.
care to know,
What are the qualities that made you to choose her?
the qualities, she
Okay.
is meticulous, I would say. and then she's someone that is very desirous. You know, I've seen you move from point A to B, and you know, she reminds you about things that other supervisors may not even have time to remind you about. I think there was a time I was going to have a meeting. We were going to have a meeting, and I forgot entirely. Like I forgot it. I didn't remember. And on the day of a few hours to the meet, I saw her email saying we are meant to have this meeting, and I was like, "Oh my god!" And we had the meeting. If not for the email, I wouldn't have remembered. And this was something that was really, really rare among the people. I will not mention details really because I know that probably some people want me to divulge details. But for me personally, she's my woman of the year. I can't think of any other person
Okay.
nationally or internationally for 2025.
Okay.
If you had mentioned 2024 or 2023, I would have mentioned other people. So
No.
for my man of the year is Eric Chell.
Is who?
Chell. Eric Chell.
Eric Tell.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know him.
For eh?
I don't know him. Eric
Okay.
Tell. I want to get it.
So he is the coach of the Super Eagles.
Oh, really?
Um,
Oh,
yeah.
like, I don't
Um
forget football. Oh. Chai.
yeah, so because the reason why we are here is not for us to um be monotonous. Monotony kills interest, but variety is the spice of life. So if you want me to just be to just parrot what
No,
other people have said
no. It's your
or
opinion.
think in their direction, that's
No,
not
no, no.
going to.
Don't. You
So,
mustn't agree
Chell,
with everybody. Yeah, Eric Tell. That's the first time you are the one letting me know he's even a Green Eagle. Green Eagles. I don't know their coach because they disappointed me so much. I've lost interest. So I'm happy that to see that you're following them. I'm serious. It is Super Eagles that made me to stop watching football because I almost had a heart attack when you expect them to fly. That's when they will be going down. So I stopped watching at all. I stopped watching football really.
so Chell, he's a French man, but he I think either the father or the mother is from Mali. So, he's a French Malian. He played for Mali. And under normal circumstances, we will not get a coach from Mali because we have this pride in Nigeria, inappropriate pride anyway, unnecessary pride that we are better than other people, which is very silly, that we are better than other Africans, which is something that I hear very, very commonly among Nigerians here, and it doesn't make any sense. But unfortunately, that's the prevailing sentiment among Nigerians that they are better than other Africans. So when this guy was going to be brought in, so many people opposed it, including the great JJ Okocha. What was their reason? That he's not Nigerian, which was absolutely silly. He said instead of, yes, there are many qualified Nigerians, right? But because of the corruption in Nigeria in the football house, they wouldn't want to bring a Nigerian, especially if it's an Igbo person who is qualified to do it. They will not bring the person because he's Igbo. So they will continue to beat about the bush, bringing in people who are not qualified, till they reach a a blind a blind end. So these people say, okay, instead of bringing in why not bring a foreigner, which is something I don't support. So because the problem that Africans have is that we try to undermine and belittle everything African. So instead of bringing a foreigner, bring another African. That is my philosophy.
Okay.
You can bring somebody from Ghana. That's not a problem for me. You can bring somebody from Benin Republic. That's not a problem for me, provided the person is from Africa.
Okay.
So guy was brought in, and since he came on board, he has changed the way we play football. He has brought in a new energy. You know, when you watch our matches these days, you're happy. At least they are playing. You remember Professor Kendibe wrote an article when we lost to Ivory Coast, the last African Nations Cup that we lost to Ivory Coast in the final. He said that there was nothing teamwork about the whole play, that everybody was doing their individual thing, but today we play as a team. Regardless of the outcome of the tournament, whether we win or we don't win, the most important thing, because we have this win at all cost mentality, that we forget about development. We forget about planning. We forget about organization. So whether we win or we do not win, what he has brought in, as someone from Mali who has limited English, use of English, and who has transformed the team and who is taking the team to somewhere, he wins my man of the year. Well, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Stay humble. Sister Dr. Adama.
Thank you. Ify, I don't know if she's listening. Oh no,
Is
she's still
there have
engaged.
phone?
Yeah,
Yes.
she's still engaged. Well, greetings everyone. Greetings Uncle KJ, greetings Jim, to Niger, Uncle Tony, Mr. Maziopora, Uncle Ike. Stay humble. Greetings everyone. I came in because I wanted to say who my man of the year is and who my woman of the year is. My man of the year is going to be Dr. Alice Oti, the governor of Abia State. He has done so much for Abia State. And being that I'm from Abia State, we're so proud of him. Kudos to his good work. Let him keep up the good work. So we like what he's doing. I believe that a country cannot function without electricity, good roads, you know, what are the basic necessity we all enjoy here in the diaspora to function as, a country or wherever we live. And the second person for the woman of the year, who I'm going to nominate, I'm going to pick as woman of the year. I might need her name, help with her name. Is called Obi, Dr. Obi Ekwesili. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it.
Wesley.
Am I pronouncing her right?
Eze Kwesili.
Esther Questley. Yeah, she will be my woman of the year. I just love her energy. I love her boldness. I just love what she stands for. So a lot of things about her I like. So she will be my woman of the year. So women are doing good, and Governor Natasha will be the woman of the year as well.
Senator
So
Natasha.
that's yes. So Natasha will be the woman of the year. So women are doing so good this year, and I'm glad to see that. So 2025, 2026, I believe we're going to do more. So I'm so proud to see the way women are going about, making the bags, political space, being bold. So that's what I would like to see. So and men, giving us the support we need to do that. So that's all I have to say for now. Thank you, Uncle KJ.
Thank you so much. Adam, are you planning to run for politics in Abia State?
Huh?
Are you planning to run for politics in Abia State?
No, where will I start from? I don't even know where to start from.
Okay, you can consult Tony and Chim. They are very good in that, so. All right, no, thank you so much, Adam. I believe you that if if we really want to develop, maybe people should have looked at the model that Alex Otis has brought to the table and take it, and development will faster. I'm sure that if there was development, majority of what we have around Nigeria's, trouble spots will not be there. Thank you. If
So
he's
talk about our villain of the year too.
yes, no problem. It will come in.
But that one, that one I have someone to nominate.
All
The
right.
person
So
is probably
after this,
here.
let forefather make a contribution. Then we'll go ahead. Yeah, forefather, you're welcome. I don't know. Have you been able to make up your mind who's your man of the year?
Good. Good and greetings, KJ. Thank you for having me. Greetings to all the panelists and except one. Good to all the panelists, the chat, and the viewers. I did say that Dangote was the man of the year, and I also mentioned OT. Because these two, especially Dangote, really, because even when I searched online, even AI knew it's Dangote, but our Nigerians, for their own biases, they don't recognize that. Dangote single-handedly is the reason why Nigeria may still be intact for Tinubu today. Without that refinery, petrol prices would be somewhere around 1,200, 1,300 naira per liter. The currency will be less stable. We'll have less foreign reserve. And we are also talking about increase in exports, value-added manufacturing that P2B talked about, consumption to production, remember? And he is the one that is actually representative of it. And he did all that while still fingering another corrupt Nigerian political figure that may have resulted, that guy alone may have caused a lot of loss of life in Nigeria with some of the poisonous petroleum and corrupt practices that he has overseen. They tried to destroy Dangote refinery in the process. So, and I think it's important that we start recognizing people that do the right things, and because you want to create more of them. If you don't recognize them, what if you don't recognize Dangote tomorrow he falls and nobody was like, why should I come here? Look at them. They don't even know whether anybody did anything for them. So you have to have a culture of creating heroes. And heroes that represent they are good symbols for the people, and that's why I chose this in Dangote and OT as a governor, because OT is slightly different from Dangote. Dangote is not the governing official, so OT stands out as somebody that goes out of his way to do the right thing, without necessarily having all the bullying tactics of Wiki and noise making of Wiki and all kinds of destruction that comes with him. So I have to give credit to him, and he's been there doing his own thing quietly without seeking the limelight and all the rest. So you have to respect that. And in terms of women, for me, there's no question that Natasha Akpoti stands out. She clearly stood her ground on what she believed, and the entire establishment in Nigeria, something that even Labour Party people that were elected, when they betrayed their electorate, but she refused to back down. She stood her ground, and she, even when they suspended her, look at how many projects she's done while she was being suspended. So you can see that she represents, and she's been doing that before she got into office. She defies the paradigm and actually goes on to accomplish stuff. And I don't know how she does it, because Nigeria is a very difficult place to do, and her life was threatened too. Let's face it, her life was also threatened. It's a very difficult place to do anything like that. And I really wish people like that ascend. And I'm one of those people that said maybe anybody over 60 should never be elected into office in Nigeria anymore, because they are useless. That generation is gone. Maybe my own generation, even anybody up to 50, no, don't even let them near office. They are useless. Because the reason why I say that, because they are frozen in their space. They never change. Their biases are so strong. And you can see that on the panel. They are frozen in place. And that's why, as a man of fact, actually, maybe that's why they hate her. I think they fear somebody like Akpoti. She runs for president. She could be extremely dangerous to President Tinubu. Maybe that's why they fear her. And personally, I would support her if she ran for office, because so far she's been doing all the right things. Why not? Why shouldn't she be president? And the fact that she's younger, she will make mistakes and she'll correct them. And she's not frozen in place. That's why I like younger people. Younger people are willing to make mistakes, change their mind, and they change their mind according to the situation they find themselves. Not like old dogmatic people that just serve foreigners constantly without thinking about the consequences to their people. And that's why, for me, nobody comes close to her in terms of.
But to Nigeria, Yaya Bello is also young. Yaya Bello is also young now.
They are poisonous young ones. And to be fair, if Yahweh makes it into office, he will make mistakes and he's more likely to change. It's not like people like Tinubu, they'll double down. They will not. Tinubu change our national anthem to that written by a British woman. That tells you the way they think. They don't change. They don't look at the times and say, let's move forward. And that's why you people like them. Look at Cameroonian leader. They kept him in there 90-something years, he's still there. Because they know if they choose a young person, he could turn on them any day. Young people are more dynamic. Just for that, just by them being younger, they tend to be more dynamic. If you look at Charlie Kirk in America, one of the reasons some people suspect that he was assassinated, because he was changing his mind. Kennedy was relatively young and he was challenging the paradigm. Was saying why is why is America, Israel developing nuclear weapon? You want APAC to be all kinds of different. You have to be able to challenge the paradigm. Everybody in Nigeria knows what is going on now shouldn't be happening, and you need young people that can challenge it. And it may seem like I'm being biased against the older people. I'm filtering out the good ones among them, but there are too many bad ones, and they cannot give what they don't have. They don't have the mindset to see us as a free people. And if you can't do that, can you imagine how many Nigerians elected Trump as the man of the year? These same people, if Hitler was around today, they will pick him as man of the year because he shook things up, isn't it? He shook things up. If you don't care what he thinks about you, what he plans to do with you, you're not thinking from that point of view. I like to choose people that have my interests at heart to an extent. Not just that they are doing stuff. Yes, I like the fact that Trump is shaking things up. I like the fact that he's forcing the Nigerian government to move, to do something, or at least the Nigerian people to wake up. But it doesn't mean I'll choose him as my man of the year. You see what I mean? So you have to recognize the difference between that. I would still choose somebody that is doing good for us because we want to produce more of them. I don't want to create more Trump that is going to want to destroy us. I want to create more of them. And you can't be praising the descendants of the people that destroyed your kingdoms, and at the same time they are doubling down on it. This guy just banned many Nigerians from coming to his country. I don't know, man. This is why I don't want older people to run for office because their mindset is so weird. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, forefather. I'd like to let you know that the president of America is elected for the Americans. He does not care about your interests. So when people are discussing, bear that in mind. He's elected by his people for the interest of his people. So when you elect your own miserable presidents, make sure that they also be able to stand and have a debate with these people. Nobody's coming there to come and wipe your pampers and clean your eyes. This is politics. This is world. This is not a joke. It's not. You see, look. Somebody said one president. I don't want to call his name. Said that Nigerians do sketch with everything. This is not sketch. That's the truth. You see, so no. If England elect you tomorrow, they're not electing you because you are going to represent the interests of Nigeria. It is because you are going to represent their interests. You put their interests first.
That's true, but your interest is protecting your people in Abia State and in Enugu.
No. So
in choose him first.
What I'm saying is, the man is protecting his interests. If he said that people are going to come from Sokoto to come and harm his country, I feel like taking them out. Why should we be worried? Those people are doing us harm also.
No, we should be taking care of our business. We shouldn't have to be choosing him as man of the year. I'm saying you can support the fact that he's shaking this up,
you have
but
your
not
own
choose
right
him as
to
your man of the year.
You can choose
of course, you have
whoever
the
you
right. You
want
have the
to
right.
choose.
Hold on.
It's not your business who or someone else.
Hold on. So here is what I say to you, forefather. If your sewage begin to disturb your neighbor and you don't take care of it, he will call the sewage people. The public complaint commission will come and deal with you. That's what is being happening. That's what's happening here. If you take care of our sewage, somebody said, take care of it. Simple.
But he's not coming.
All right, let's move on.
He's not coming to fix anything. He's coming to
please give me
coming
1
to
minute.
increase his sewage.
Okay,
That's the difference.
Hold on. Let's move on to another topic. We have plenty of things to discuss. Let's move on. Gentlemen, people have been saying. So let us go 160 degree. Okpara, who is Okpara? Chim, who is your villain of the year? Man or woman?
I have 3 villains of the year. All of them are men.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So, number 1 villain of the year with a rating of 100/100 is President Tinubu. His policies suck. The man seems not to know what he's doing. He's tired. He has enthroned the closest we've come to this is Abacha. Why? Because even under Babangida tried, with all his Machiavellianness, he tried to come across as listening to the people. You would see when Babangida wanted to take IMF loan, he constituted the Professor Kuki panel, if we can remember Professor Kuki, and said he wanted Nigerians to discuss if we wanted to accept IMF conditionalities. While that conversation was going on, he secretly went and did it. But he tried to project an impression that he was a man of people's views. He Maradonaed us with several political campaigns and all that. But we've never had a president who turned the villa to a family affair. Even under the Abacha I'm talking about, there was still some measure. Abacha's government was the last time we saw a son of the president used the presidential jet and crashed with it. You remember Abacha's son died in an air crash. It was a presidential jet that crashed. But my surprise and why I say Tinubu is my number 100/100 is that we have a man who mouths democracy like that's what he feeds on every day. This man kept telling us how democratic he is. But today we have his daughter going to Edo State to go and tell them who should be a lodger. We have his son roaming all over the whole place with a retinue of battalions that can go to Benin Republic and quell a coup. We have his wife going to Osun State to snatch the mic and, insult a sitting governor. And then we have him telling us that we should tighten our belts while he's busy driving with outriders that are more than 200. The British Prime Minister does not go with more than 3 outriders. 3. Go quote me. Prime Minister of Britain, a powerful country, has only 3 outriders. Our president goes with a convoy of over 200 cars. Let that sink in. So the man is telling you that you should
No. So could you say that again? Do you say a convoy of over 300?
200. Quote me. I'm not making it up.
How is that realistic? Do you know what 200?
That's what I'm telling you. That okay? You haven't seen his convoy before. When you see his convoy, you will ask yourself if he is running a dealership. That's what you ask yourself. Our president, a poor country, go and see the amount of vehicles he rides with. So he's my villain of the year. He suspended the state assembly. He doesn't care about the people. Very arrogant. Number 2 villain of the year is Mr. Wike. Mr. Wike, neither in PDP or in APC. We don't know where he belongs. In a democracy, we should have a healthy, balanced opposition. Mr. Wike is destroying the opposition and is happy doing it. He has decimated PDP. That's why he's the villain of the year. And of course, the shenanigan he went to do in that land dispute with Yerima. And then lastly is Mr. Akpabio. Mr. Akpabio has turned the National Assembly into a rubber stamp. On their mandate, they will stand. They sing every day. We've never had a Senate president who is just openly. In fact, even the last Senate president that was accused is even better than this one. The last one is better than this particular. At least that one had some measure of trying to prove that they were independent. This one, they don't even care. That's what he has done. And then you see him, acting like some fellow that is confused. So these are my villains of the year in that order. All right. All 3 of them work pari passu, like they say.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, let's go. I don't know. Fofa, you want us to come back to you or you want to speak? Because you just spoke before Chim.
I like to speak now. I like to hear my own voice. It's very important.
Again, because I want to reduce the time all can go. I hope you don't take offense when I say.
No, you can. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. You can do whatever you
please. Okay, so let's do 2 minutes so that we all Okay, Mark, 3 minutes so we all can come back and everybody can start and we'll take another topic. Go ahead, Kofofala.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'll keep it short. I think I agree with Chim on that one. That's one of the few things we agree on. The two he picked are quite very, very terrible figures. Although I might pick Farouk actually, because Farouk he almost strengthened one of the most important um, um, developments in Nigeria. So I will remove Wike from there because what Farouk was extremely dangerous. He was actually trying to sabotage the Dangote refinery, and if he had succeeded, God knows what this Christmas would have been for Nigerians. And but nobody wants to go to petrol station with 1,200 naira per liter. So he is extremely dangerous. And President Tinubu clearly is the worst of the worst. And this is the man that destroyed our national GDP, the value of Nigeria, in other words. He completely destroyed it, halved the size of ECOWAS, landmass, because he came into office, he think he was some kind of gentleman, wanted to start a war in West Africa. And then he caused 3 nations to leave ECOWAS. And and if you look at the way he's been working with the French, giving our tax details, Jesus, I can't even list the amount of things he has done. I don't know what he has gotten for it. He keeps working for foreigners constantly, and now he's off there again. From what I gather, he's already gone to Europe again. What is he getting for it? This is the trade. I don't understand what our people do. They keep going to Western countries, Western capitals. You don't get anything for it other than poverty. And some people keep defending them and say, "Oh yeah, it's not their fault." Okay, maybe it's your fault. Why are you not asking for something? Do you see other people that go there, they don't ask for something? Even Arab countries that are sheep herders once, look at their countries, how it's gleaming now. We don't ask for anything. And Tinubu is emblematic of our nature. He goes there and he's coordinating with America now to carry out surveys in all the work America lost with the expulsion from Niger. They are getting it back now. Maybe that's their whole purpose. All this whole talk you're hearing is to restore their surveillance over West Africa. That's what they are trying to do. Because Niger just choked them out. Suddenly they cared that Boko Haram is attacking Nigerian Christians. They knew that. They were right there. America was right in Niger barely 2 years ago. No, a year ago, they were there. With their drones and everything, one of the largest drone bases in the world, they have it right there. And Boko Haram was right underneath their nose, doing everything that they were doing. And they were carrying out military strikes and everything. What makes you think now is going to change anything? They are not there for you. They are there for themselves. They're there to carry out surveillance and ensure the Chinese influence is not as great. In other words, if China wants to help Nigeria develop in any way, they're going to look for a way to sabotage it. And I also remember when, what's his name, Dangote said that when he was building his refinery, they gave him the wrong equipment. He mentioned that they tried to sabotage his refinery when he was building it. And he never really mentioned people that gave him that wrong equipment to do. So the nations, anytime you're building anything and you want to make progress for your people, other people want to stop it because they don't want you to get those things that you get from them, you buy from them. They want to keep making profit off you. So this is why I think Tinubu, number one, the worst human being I've seen. Maybe he will turn it around. Maybe you go and recruit 1 million soldiers. I said it. If he decides, hey, hold on, let me just finish my that last point. I'll stop. If he recruits 1 million into our security forces in the military, I'll forgive him all his sins. But I don't think he's going to do it. And hence why I think he's the worst president ever. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Tinubu. Okay. Tinubu 2 now. We have 2 Tinubus and yes, Tony. Your turn.
Well, I have 3.
3 minutes.
I have 3, if you don't mind. The first person is Mahmoud, Professor Mahmoud.
Mahmoud.
Yes. Second person, Professor Mahmoud. Third person, Professor Mahmoud. Those are my 3 dealings.
All right. What's the reason for giving him it? You still have like 2 more minutes. What's the reason for giving him that?
Well, the reason for giving that, I think, is
because knowing that position, ambassador, the Federal Republic.
Well, I'm not sure he's been assigned to any country, and if that country has accepted him. But anyway, that's by the way. The reason why, as an umpire, you don't move the goalpost after the match has started, that's one. Two, you're expected to be fair. Three, you are not supposed to announce results by 2 a.m. when everybody is sleeping. That's not what the law says. Four, if you make a proclamation, you said it here, you said it abroad, that you're going to follow a particular laid out pattern. And you made the nation believe you. And people look at you and think that you're believable. And then you go and you do a different thing. I think that there's a judgment of the people, and judgment of God against you. But more importantly, I think that if you had done the right thing, perhaps we won't be seeing the mess that we're seeing in the country today. Because he had the power to do the right thing. And I don't think that, in my opinion, he did the right thing.
Okay.
So it becomes a bad example for every other person. And that's why that place called INEC is still in a mess that he is. Because if he refused whatever entreaties or whatever they had offered him, and now it's becoming apparent that he was offered something. So he's a bad influence to everybody who is there. So, and I think that if we're looking at part of the problems why Nigeria is in this mess, we must look to his direction.
Thank you so much.
That's my reason.
Mazokpara.
Yeah, good evening once more. Chim has said about Tinubu and Wike, so I diverted to Reno Mokori. Reno, Justice Omotosho, and David Umahi. Reno is a very vile and spiteful person. He's a disgusting hypocrite who said horrible things about Igbo people. But immediately he was appointed or nominated for ambassadorial seat. He started loving Igbo. He went to what they call him now, Ojo Zakala, and told him how he loved Igbo. That Igbos are the gift, God's gift to Nigeria. But when he was just an erat, he said all horrible things, derogatory things about Igbo people. And again, Umahi is a humble slave. This is Umahi that's licked Buhari's ass. He did everything. He told the whole world that God told him to defect to APC because after Buhari, that Buhari is going to give Igbo man the presidential candidacy, and he's the person that is qualified to be that person. So he licked all the whole ass. At the end of the day, he fed woefully, and he started again, licking ass again. I've never seen an Igbo man who hates, himself and his people like Umahi. He destroyed a lot of things, mostly what they call them landmark in Lagos. And after the whole thing, he went and apologizing. So that man is a horrible person that we have to always check on him.
Mazi,
the last comment he made was,
Mazi, can I suppose his what he did in landmark was a subtle way of, this is a conspiracy I'm making. Suppose he intentionally did it so that the man would take his investment to the east.
No. He would have done it differently, my friend.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to put that into it.
Chim, assuming that man is not a well-balanced man, as if that guy is not a rich man, he would have, maybe by now either he's dead or he'll be suffering from heart problems. What Omar did to him was despicable.
Okay.
And lastly, Omotosho must show us the law.
Okay.
Because this man is a well-experienced judge, and I have listened to many experts what he did to Nnamdi Kanu was unfair, because somebody who has been in that, that dungeon for 4.5 years.
Okay.
You don't expect him to behave like, be calm.
Your
so
time
excuse me, let just 30 seconds, I'll be fine. This man jailed Nnamdi Kanu unjustly. He didn't give Nnamdi Kanu time to defend himself. Nnamdi Kanu was in custody 4.5 years. But this man, within that 3 or 4 weeks, he sentenced Nnamdi Kanu to prison. That man is that man. I mean, I'm sorry for him, but I pray for him too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mazokwara. Stay humble. Time starts now.
Yeah. So, what would inform my choice of villains is not the villains themselves, but the sponsors of the villainy. So, yes, because if you've read Things Fall Apart, Unoka wasn't really considered a villain, but Okonkwo, who was supposed to be the protagonist of the book, who at some point betrayed the trust they reposed in him. So he became the villain at some point. Yeah, so I know that there are some people who have a propensity for mischief and who are destined to be villainous. Yeah, so I will not mention those people. So for me, my number one villain is not Tinubu, but Obasanjo. Why Obasanjo? Obasanjo had the singular opportunity to turn things around. This is a man who came out from prison and who Nigerians bestowed that trust in him. What did he do with that goodwill? He bastardized the system. He misused it. So many people were assassinated, a lot of political assassinations at that point. Youths of Zakibiam were killed. A sitting governor was abducted. P2P was impeached by less than 1/3 of the House of Assembly members, and they did not sit in Oka. They sat in Asaba. My first day as a senior secondary school student, we were asked to go and protest P2P's impeachment. So for that, Obasanjo did a lot of damage, to our electoral system. And that was the system that produced this Tinubu. If Obasanjo did a quarter of things right, Tinubu would not have emerged. So a Tinubu, a Buhari were a product of Obasanjo's administrative incorrigibility. Now, my number two villain is the Oba of Bini. Today, the news is rife about a certain man, a Nigerian citizen, a taxpayer, who was dragged all over the street. Why? For insulting the Oba of Bini. What happened to the police? If you feel insulted by this man, why not take him to court? Why would you drag somebody's father, a Nigerian citizen, a taxpayer, all over the street for insulting the Oba of Bini? Yeah, so that to me makes the Oba my villain. It's a very, very clear choice. Now, I'm sorry, to the last point, the day that Buhari died, we had a show here, and somebody ran the show, and they were praising a so-called Buhari's achievement, somebody that imperiled the destiny of millions of Nigerians. And they ran a show here for an hour celebrating the achievements of a certain Buhari. That does not make the person that ran the show my villain, but the person that allowed that show to hold my villain.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, you didn't stop at 3 minutes. That doesn't make you my villain, but the time that didn't let me stop you. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I just went to, when you mentioned this, I went to get my copy. I kept it very well. I'm going to read it again. I'm trying to read it again. This copy I've kept for my son, so that maybe just in case, many years to come, it's not available. I have an original copy. endorsed by Chinua Achebe himself. So
it will always be available.
You never know. You never know.
I had one. I left them in Nigeria. I came back here and I bought all three. Things Fall Apart.
Chim, you never know. You never know. Because the Bible now they're adding and they're removing. So you never know. I bought old Bibles and I stopped them up because many things are happening. All right. Yes, Dr. Dama. You
Okay.
Yes, go ahead, man.
Thank you. My villain. I'm going to name three people. Hopefully, I can be able to put them the way I'm thinking about them. My number one villain is going to be Simon Ekpa. Yes, yes, you heard. I said it. I said Simon Ekpa. Yes, I said it. Simon Ekpa because of how they have been able to successfully monetize and take advantage of what is going on with Nnamdi Kalu, the Biafra in exile, whatever. After they did their convention in Finland, all of a sudden, when they all came back from Finland, everything was falling apart one after the other. So Simon Ekpa is one of my villains. He's number one. And I hope they keep him there for a while so that he can be able to feel. The only problem is where he is in Finland. Finland is a more better prison than where Nnamdi Kalu is in Nigeria. So I wish he was something, they put him in a place close to Africa where he can feel the torture, isolation, things like that. If you've ever been to prison, I've worked there, being an anesthesiologist, we've seen all kind of people. So yes, I wish he's in that state, but Finland, he's just having a good time. Yes, Simon Ekpa is my number one villain. And the second person is Kumi. They both are the same thing. Birds of the same feathers flock together. So Kumi is my second one. And the third one is President Trump. Of course, he's a nuisance as far as I'm concerned. I am proud to be an American and I love being an American. This country has given me so much and I don't shy away from it, but he needs to sit his ass down. As much as as much as he's putting out this narrative that he's stopping the wars, he's creating one. So President Trump needs to learn to tame his ADHD down, take the medication, whichever one the doctors prescribe for him, it will help him a lot. So those are my three people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and you did that in a very good time. Okay. I will have want to say something, but let me keep my mouth pure.
Yes, keep it pure like that. Keep it pure
I
like
don't
that.
keep my sister. I keep am pure so I can feel eat a goosey soup after. Oti, go ahead, sir.
Evening, everyone.
Should I put the time because I'm very precise and concise, so you may not need time.
Yes,
Okay,
frankly, this topic of man of the year, woman of the year. I just want to ask first is this is 2025, and we're talking about somebody talking about Obasanjo and all that, so is it not supposed to be personalities and what them making news, this year? So if we are talking about if we can just go attend, maybe I can talk about Gowon, for example, for fighting the Biafran war and stuff like that. So I mean, man of the year is I just wonder what is the relationship. But anyway, this is a kind of topic that we have journalists here, newsmen. Is I don't it's not something that I'm fascinated about. But anyway, since we're discussing it and I've been listening, yes, I mean, it's I can understand, Rudolph is a journalist, a lot of people here, newsmen, they're enamored by events, not necessarily ideas, but personalities and events. Okay, I do understand that. So it's not something it's not a kind of thing I take seriously or think about. No, but since we are discussing it, I might as well, if like man of the year. How about this Ramaphosa, president of South Africa, for having the courage to sue Israel for for its actions in Gaza. Okay, suing Israel at the ICJ, International Court of Justice. So as I said, you can mention any person. It depends really on what is just what occurs to you, at that moment. People all over the world do all sorts of things that are noteworthy or are egregious. It depends on what you want to highlight. So Ramaphosa, and again, maybe coming back home, a character like again, it's just a matter of individual test. I would mention Professor Dento Denta for his incisive analysis, on television, discussing Nigerian politics and what is going on. You learn a lot from him listening, and also
Who did you mention?
Professor Udenta. He does often come, arise, and not only arise, the channel, So, and also maybe in the same light, somebody like this Dr. Kach or Nanuchu. So these people don't understand Nigeria, don't understand what is going on in this country. You listen to them and then you learn a lot. So that's as I said, this man of the year, woman of the year thing. It all depends, and it can be anything. It doesn't. I don't know how meaningful it is, but we discuss it. Woman of the year. Yes, because a lot of people have mentioned this senator. Well, yeah, she's proven herself, at least for her, also for her beauty. That's something we cannot discount. Yes, and yeah, if you allow me, and I listen to forefathers. Let me just ask him something. Forefathers. So you kind of yes, we're living, we are kind of this slave mentality that we are afflicted with. So how would you contrast it to your mentality? It's something, if all of us are kind of suffering from this slave mentality, what would be the contrast? How would you yes, if you want to put that against your own mentality, your preferred mentality, what would that be?
I think I also understand that compromise. That's why I said I too should be ruled out. See, the point is that younger people are more dynamic. We have to admit that. And they see the world slightly differently from the way we do. The scope that they use, they see other people almost as equals. But many of us, I grew up in Nigeria where we see aircraft flying to America. It looks like they are flying to heaven. That is a horrible way to live. That's not how most people live around the world. But these younger ones, they converse with foreigners all the time, so they are used to them.
It can be an elderly person and still have a very agile, creative mind. Okay, so it's not a matter of age, quite frankly. So if you that's just,
you can see on the panel. That's where I
well, it's not the panel. What I mean, it's just people have opinions. So somehow you think that your own opinion is the best in the world. Nobody.
I just said mine is not. That's why I think the younger generation will be better.
What do you mean younger generation? I don't buy that. I have an argument
they will make mistakes and they will correct it.
Sorry?
They are capable of making mistakes and correcting it, but the elderly ones, they will stick to that mistake and they will not change it.
Years and above, is that what you mean?
60 years, because there are many of them were still very young. Yes. Many of them are traumatized from the Civil War. Many of them have gone through a lot of different things. They have a lot of baggages. They can't think straight. It's just a fact. We know it.
All right.
Please mind your thoughts, please. Thank you.
No. I'm one of them, so don't act as if I don't know.
No,
I'm one of them.
I have my own opinion. You have your own opinion, please.
No, I'm not stopping you from having your own opinion. Yeah. I just say that's my way. The way I see it.
Excuse me, guys. All right, let's move on. Jago is waiting patiently. To round up, so move on.
Okay. Okay. So, what else? You see the villain. Well, if we have to kind of borrow from Mazo Para, mention this our it's a really a very insignificant man. He's a little man. I'm not taller than him. I mean, I shot myself, but it's just they kind of talking about mentality and somebody's this doctor. No, what's the doctor? Not the doctor. Umahi, the governor. So this kind of person really, it's just because he happens to be a politician. But otherwise, I mean, should we be taking him seriously? Quite frankly, when you listen to him, it's his character, the quality of the man. He was the governor and all that. Other than that, what should anybody be taking him serious, listening to him seriously? Anyway, so
all right, let's
move on.
Adama, you want to share your laughter or should we go on? All right.
No, go on.
All right. Jagun, welcome.
Hello. Hello there. Hello there.
Yeah, I've had a discussion so far. Your villain of the year, and whether they are men or women or machines, what would you suggest would be the one that's most outstanding evil so far?
Well, it's interesting that you add machines, and I'm happy for that. I think because as far as judging the world as to man of the year, woman of the year, I'm not down. I've listened to everybody's from the last Dr. Damage show and heard what people have said about villain or non-villain. Doesn't really interest me when I look at the world. The world is full of villains. Can't see any heroes, really. If I look to a hero, it does become strained, difficult, and we don't know where people are going, what politics is being played out there. We have very little idea about any individual and what their objectives are and whether or not they're going to achieve them. And I think results are what would give anybody the nous to speak about who is a villain and who's a hero. And the results that I've seen in this year are few and far between, really. Few and far between. So much has gone on, and the majority of it have been quite negative. So I don't want to give a human face to who the villain or hero of the year is. Doesn't really interest me either for this year. I think there's too much going on to be doing any celebratory or even the opposite, calling anybody out. But I would say this, since you mentioned machinery, AI, and a hero, I think. I say that with reticence and with a big question mark on both issues. Because I think the speed that AI is coming, we see things happening. I always speak about myself and my generation, that we were the first, nobody saw breakdancing before me in terms of Gen Z and all these other generations that have come in. Nobody's seen breakdancing, hip hop. Nobody's seen computers. When computers came in, that was my time. When they came in from games, arcade games, as we used to call them, because we were all stationed in arcades in order to test this new technology that was coming to town. We had small personal games, we had games at school. We've seen all these technologies, and we've seen the time it takes for these technologies to become mainstream. The deepest thing that I've seen is, or that I recognize in history, is aircraft to space ship, and the speed. I think it's 20 years, the speed in which we got to that level. When I look at AI and the speed it's coming, it's a couple of years. I mean, they've been speaking about it for a good 5, maybe 10 years. But in terms of the usage, as to when it was applied into our systems, I think roughly saying it will be about 2 years. And a lot of stages have already passed. People are using it for deep research. People are using it for all kinds of reasons, especially in the West. They really are using it. I'm not so sure about the East, but I think they're using it for various things there as well. I think if we don't get a handle of it, it will become a serious villain to us as human beings.
Okay.
Are you trying to cut me off, bro? I've
Yeah,
just come.
it was
I've just come. Everyone's had about 3 or 4 rounds. I've been listening to you guys, but you're willing to cut me off just like that? Chimmy's nodding his head. I'm not sure if that's positive or negative.
okay, Jagun, you have 2 more minutes. Go ahead.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Mr. Ag, if you hear me,
If really you knew, you would. If really, but you don't know. Don't worry.
My worry.
Mr. Ag, I see you.
I want to say these things for us to try and keep in touch. Next year is 2026, man, and we all know it's going to be a rough year again. We've seen this year and what's happened. Personal calamities, I'm sure we've had. We've seen how things are affecting us as families, as individuals, whether they be in Nigeria or in the West, where most of us are living. And I think we've got to really, really take note of our individual spaces, what we think about, what we give ourselves to think about most of the time. And whilst we are incensed in what's going on in Nigeria, and understandably so, around us here in the West, we've got to pay attention. We've got to pay attention on what's going on around us right now. And I'm hoping that all our energy isn't spent on what we cannot effect in terms of Nigeria, and some of what we can affect in our own space where we are. I'll say this, not to be spiritualist, but I think those of us who are Christians, Muslims, whatever we call ourselves, I think it's very, very important that we affect the arena that we are placed in physically. Yes, we can affect the world in any which way we can, given all the technologies that we have. But our personal space and our loved ones, even our not so loved ones around us, we got to pay attention to what's happening to each of us. We are our brother's keeper. We normally don't think we are, but we are. And in that, directly in our consciousness, in our foot space, and where we can actually make a difference.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, I have many people behind the stage, so um, I don't know if you speak and you can just give us some time so that we can take more people in. Revolution, I will come to you now because I know you have come before and gone, so I don't know how many minutes you have. Can you make a contribution, please? Excuse me.
Yeah, compliment of the season to everybody, and thank you again. Well, I came in to just give my own view about the villains and the great people of the year. For the great people of the year, there are a lot of them. First of all, on my list is Samuel Ekpa. He's a great guy. Anybody who stands up for the poor and has the mission in life, especially fighting against those criminals who call themselves governors or government of the greatest country in the world, Nigeria. I respect such people. The second is Nnamdi Kanu. These are great men. And also Shora is on that list. But the top on the list is our great man called Donald J. Trump. Whether you like it, whether you say he's this or that, these are people history will never forget. Because you can't keep people on the ground for forever. And when somebody stands up to say, hey, it's enough, people start making some kind of, I don't want to mention them, but they know themselves. Let them keep talking. And to go to the villain now, first in my list is forefathers. These are people.
Which one for this now? Oh my days. Forefather, you don't get called out.
You know why I say that forefather is one of the villains of Nigeria, and a very dangerous one for that matter, is that he wants Nigerians to keep suffering, and he's not giving us a solution. You cannot imagine somebody telling you that Dangote, he has mentioned Dangote name more than 50 times. I was just hitting my head on the wall. Dangote is one of the most, there's no criminal as worse as that man. Our 4 refineries in Nigeria today has been forgotten because of this one man called a monopolist. Somebody, I don't know whether you know that game, Monopoly. You can imagine somebody, if you are lucky and you buy one street, the game is finished now, because you must fall into one of that, either his hotel or whether you will fall inside and you give up. And this is who Mr. Forefather has been mentioning his name. I was just getting angry all along. He mentioned it more than 15 times today. So that's all I have to say, because I'm on duty. I'll just say, let me just jump in. And before I forget, one of the greatest again is our greatest man. That is Rudolph Okonkwo. You know, for at least giving people like us a platform to say our shit sometimes. You know.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I'll background enjoy myself.
Thank you. Thank
Easy,
you.
man. Easy.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Yes. So let me ease in one more person. Why this guy now? Pablo.
It's Ike, is it not?
I must go. All right. Thank you so much for coming in. Pablo, China must go. All right, let's move a bit faster. So this one, I'm just going to go.
Okay, I thought Ike was there before.
Hold on. Before Pablo, no, I have Ike is in now.
Okay.
Look at the cat you. All right. Now we're going to Ike. Yes, Ike, make your input. Then we'll move. I want us to move fast so we can cover more topic. One more.
Yeah, let it go.
Who is the most? Go ahead. Go ahead. You have not made a contribution, but Tony, you have spoken about this issue, right? So after that, Ike will go to China must go. Then we go faster with the rest of the questions. Go ahead.
Okay, my villain of the year is Mahmoud. What the former NEC chairman is my villain. Is the number 1, is the number 2, and number 3.
Mahmoud, okay.
We would not be talking about this mess that Nigeria is if he has not gone to the world and said that election result will be seen live. IRF is going to work. He went to the Chatham House. The whole world saw him. He made Nigerians, people who has never ever dreamt of going to participate in an election. He brought out the whole Nigerians because of the promises he made before the whole world, that our election is going to be free and fair, credible. And in a twinkle of midnight, 2 p.m., he announced an election. Before then, he switched off the IRF, right? So we will not be talking about the mess this country called Nigeria is today, if not Mahmoud. Nigeria will not be talking about Akpabio because he did not win election in his senatorial zone in the first place. He wouldn't have been the Senate president. This man who is in Asorok today, a population of 250 million people, he has about 30% to become a president of Nigeria in a population of about 250 million people. That is a sacrilege. It is because of one man. This man is the man why Nigeria is where we are today. It doesn't matter wherever you want to take it to the insecurity, to the judiciary, to whatever criminality, whatever everything that is going on in Nigeria is just one man. One man. Because he told us democracy would have been working in Nigeria. A lot of people who are senators today would have not become senators. But because he switched off, and today we are talking about a man, Bula Blue, who is your president in Asorok sitting as the president of Nigeria because of one man called Mahmoud or whatever they call him. I'm done, my friend. That is the
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. I was waiting for more. Okay, yes, Desta is behind. Desta, I'll get you in, but let's start this first before I get you in, so we don't keep going backwards. Chim, I'm coming to you, and it's going to be very fast. What was the most impactful event for you in Nigeria this year?
That's another very tough one you have brought. Impactful. So it should have a result on
Yes.
Nigerians. Impactful. I think the most impactful thing for me happened towards the end of the year. That's where I will start dancing around Mr. Dangote. I think the most impactful thing for me was him using his business powers to call out the regulators head. That's the Mr. Farouk himself, because nobody else would have done that. He went into a market, well, because he has the personality and he has the financial clout to do that. He did that. You remember what I said when we discussed this? I said all masquerades must be unmasked. I don't care who that masquerade is. Unmask the masquerade. So if eventually somebody is going to unmask Dangote himself, I will also support it. So right now, he helped us to unmask somebody who was a problem in the system. So I support that. You know, having the temerity to do his private investigation, he must have gotten a private investigator to go get all those information and leaked it out to the public. Anybody can say what they want. I heard people say, oh, this is a dangerous precedent, that we shouldn't allow a regulator to be steamrolled by somebody who is invested in the sector. But I disagree, because in the US and other Western nations, you have regulators that are very powerful enough to deal with anybody operating there. So let's take, for instance, a Bill Gates. Any regulator that regulates any business he is into, they've been able to hold him accountable. There was a time they took him on an antitrust, this thing where they needed to, and then he paid out of court and settled them when Microsoft was being sued for a lot of things. But in Nigeria, we see all of our business moguls getting away with blue mother. We've seen those of them in the financial sector. We know when the man who is in the Oka now used to be the governor of the central bank, and he was, frolicking with the top CEOs of banks.
Okay.
That happened. So
all right.
I think the most impactful thing was what happened when Dangote unmasked Farouk.
Dangote unmasking Farouk. Thank you. All right. Forefather, what was your most impactful?
In Nigeria, economically, I would say Dangote Refinery. In terms of corruption, I would say, the Dangote pointing out Farouk as a corrupt official. In terms of politically and nationally, especially on national security, I would say Trump affected the Nigerian landscape clearly. Because
Go ahead. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. That all? All right. So, Forefather is saying Dangote, and Trump. Am I right?
Dangote,
one.
Economically and in terms of corruption, Dangote too.
That's what I said. Dangote, and
he netted the biggest fish. Yeah.
Okay, so Dangote unmasks this guy, and that's what Chim have said. So two guys saying Dangote's role of unmasking, one of the biggest fish in the oil industry, Mr. Farouk, was a major changer in the Nigerian politics. Okay, Okpara, go ahead.
Mine should be Trump putting back Nigeria to a country of particular concern after Joe Biden removed Nigeria from that list. Because that would be fine. Just 1 minute. Because that is very, very important. Because this man, what he did to Nigeria, Joe Biden and the Democrats, is horrible. Thank God that Trump came back put Nigeria back to that place, sent people to go and verify what is happening in the Benue, on the plateau. And they came and they saw and they conquered. And they went back and they told this man, this is the reality of Christians in Nigeria. Forget, I don't care about how you see Trump, but Trump making sure that people stop killing people in Nigeria is one for me. Finally, Tiger Base in Imo State, where one's police officer called Ola is making life miserable for Imo young people. Tiger Base.
Okay.
It's another thing. Exposing Tiger Base is a very good news for me,
Okay.
and I should also think for other people who are here. From here, I should say Happy New Year in advance, and good night from here. Bye bye.
All right. Thank you so much, Mazi Okpara. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your treasure. Because we know it's not free. You are paying for your data. So we really appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Let's move on to Oti. Oti, what's the most impactful? And yeah, so far we have Trump 2. We have Dangote 2. Okay, Trump is 3 now based on what Mazi Okpara just contributed. So we have Trump 3. We have Dangote 2. We have Tiger Base 1. Tiger Base is one of those places they were using to harvest organs and torture people to death through hunger, beating, and all that. They've almost finished the young people of Imo State. Majority of the people they take there are young men from 16 and up to 45. They sometimes tie them upside down or hang them by their legs or tie them with their hands, and leave them like that, and for days until such a person. Anyway, that's what Tiger Base stands for, and he has said that is what one of the stories that made a lot of difference or made impact so much in his mind. Oti, what's your own?
Now, right, that a president in a so-called federation could remove a sitting governor, and the House of the Senate, okay, the upper chamber, committed a blatant breach of a constitutional provision. We know Akpabio and his Senate choosing to do what is it called again? As opposed to having a two-third majority, that was counting.
Okay, use the voice vote itself.
So these things for me. Okay, yes. So two things, right? Of course, there's no point counting things that are happening because they are all symptoms of the effects of the disease. Okay, so that a country could elect a Tinubu as president, elect, quote unquote, and Nigerians stomach that, put up with that. So with that, anything else is possible, and nothing else can really surprise me. Any other thing, all this is we're discussing does not have any impact or impression. It doesn't make any impression on me, quite frankly, because our judiciary did that in the full. We all saw that and witnessed it. Anything else that is happening is significant. That's the way I look at it.
Okay.
So
that's your opinion. Okay.
Before I go, let me make this comment. Okay. I would say because I was listening and I heard what Tony said. Why I'm mentioning that is because I quite appreciate the clarity, the moral clarity of what he said. That's what I want to hear. People should really say what they're thinking and be factual. And all this kind of pious hopes, it's not gonna help anybody. Let's learn to call a spade a spade, and then it's living in self delusion or illusion or no. There are facts, and we have to be kind of candid enough to deal with them, okay, and have the courage. I liked his clarity. It's called moral clarity. This kind of confusion. People not it's not going to help anybody. So, Tony, I like that.
So
Thank you for
what
that.
Tony said that really impressed you, that makes you
Well, kind of he laid out the situation, the situation of Nigeria and the way to go.
okay.
So
All
it's all
right.
this kind
So,
of
again,
forefathers talking about 1,000,000 soldiers and
no,
that. Come on, it's all bullshit. This guy is not living in a real world.
Hold on, Oti. You see, we do, all of us have many. There's many roads that leads to Lagos. So some people, their own reasoning pattern is totally different from ours. Some people take a bit. You see, I used to be one of those who used to get very angry with people when they can't catch up what I'm saying. But eventually, I learned to know that people are not. Some of us, we think faster, we speak faster, and other people have to tell us, "Hey, slow down. I can't hear what you're saying." So it doesn't mean that we don't know how to speak, but it simply means that they're not getting what we're saying. So everybody has a way of processing information. We will not process at your own space, at your own, what you think. But that is why we have everybody to hear say, have your say. So when they are coming
I do
down,
understand.
please,
I appreciate that.
no,
But again,
what we say in reggae is step down a little bit, step it down, okay? You are walking too fast for me. That's good.
yeah, Kenya,
All right.
I agree. But you see, it helps to have a kind of, if like I don't know, is it interaction? You see, iron sharpens iron. You listen to people, and of course, it's not just kind of you have your tunnel vision, your view, the way you look at the world, and that's it. You can't think, can't entertain an alternative viewpoint. It's just the way you see the world, and it's only you. Every other person is in the wrong. This mentality is quite dangerous, and it can't learn. You see, the position you've maintained throughout the year, no shift, no iota of kind of, no improvement, no kind of, no adjustment, no.
Even if I'm being proven
it's
correct
unbelievable.
every single day, you still dislike it.
And it's not about disliking. I'm just.
Okay, forefather is here. So forefather, I have 1 minute. Do you have anything to say?
Yeah, it's like, maybe I should take it as a badge of honor that people with colonial mentality are electing me the baddest of the year. Because I don't understand. All the points I've been making for years now, they're all coming to fruition. And you can't pretend as if your national security is not in peril now. Many of you were here saying, no, we don't have any enemy, nobody wants to bomb us. At the same time, many of you are the ones saying having more soldiers is not going to help. Guess what happened when Trump threatened Nigeria? What's the first thing the Nigerian government started doing? Recruiting. Because the truth is there. They know. But you don't know. You think, don't worry, the only solution is still going to come in that direction. And when that day comes, I really hope you have the grace to recognize it. But I'm sure you still say I'm crazy. It's all right.
Okay.
One is always true. That's why I don't change. Until you give me a reason to change, I will not change. Why should I change what I know is the correct answer?
KJ, can I say something quick? Please,
you have 1 minute. 1 minute.
Yeah. I'm wondering how it makes sense to say Trump is threatening Nigeria and Nigeria is working together. The government of Nigeria is working together with Trump to threaten Nigeria. Does it make sense?
That is inconsistency.
So
it's not just having an opinion. You also have to say something that makes sense. Something that is credible.
Why would he do that? Why would he do that publicly if he thought Nigerians would have accepted it peacefully, quietly?
No, what do you
Why
mean?
did he came out on Twitter to say he's going to bomb Nigeria if he knew the Nigerian government was giving him everything?
But tonight, I don't think you're listening to what they're saying. And I think that's where some of the panelists have a problem with you. Your analogy and the way you speak is always right, but you're not open to room to accept the pushback they're giving to you to make that adjustment to say, you know what, I see where you're coming from. Yes, what you're saying makes sense. You just want to keep going all along, like trying to prove a point that what you're saying is right. And I'm saying this from a place of love so that you don't take it personal.
No, I'm not taking it personally. But the question is, should you accept an opinion that doesn't bear resemblance to reality?
No, but
because you want to see point of view.
It's not okay. Look, it's not. I'm not. It's not. I don't have a problem with you. It's not really having a problem, but I would just hope, and when you engage in an argument, right? Or maybe a discussion, interaction, you're supposed to learn and improve, okay? And it's just, you can't just stick to where you are from, nothing. Look, for example, Tony just pointed at you now. This idea, this is your narrative. This is, that America is coming, right? Okay. But then it just pointed at you that the Nigerian government, your government, okay, that has responsibility for protecting the citizens, the territorial integrity of Nigeria. He said that, look, we are cooperating. In other words, they're working together. So, and if that is the case, even if, look, let's assume it is the case, is the correct, and we don't have any reason to doubt it. That's what they said is the situation. And then you're still saying that America is, kind of, okay, almost invading Nigeria.
No. To be fair,
you have not factored in.
Are you saying that Tinubu government is great now or something like? Because personally,
no, but the government has
what he's saying. Hold on, Mr. Oti. What he's saying is that for you not you cannot be able to recognize what Mr. Tone said, and you just run through it because you want to stick to your own narrative.
Exactly. The narrative
doesn't mean that you're not keeping an open mind to the conversation. That is just black and white. I don't know how to else.
No, I accept that they are working with the Nigerian government. The question
and therefore, your narrative of America, it cannot follow. The two things can be correct at the same time.
Okay, we need to stop now, move on. But I just want to say something. Listen, forefather, and all those people who see America as coming, to wage so whatever against Nigeria. I want to put it bluntly to all of us. If America wanted to go to Nigeria and carry this mineral resource, there's nothing we can do. Okay, if you think there's something we can do, why is Venezuela not doing it? Okay, so let's stop all these kids. The people are going to help us to save our own people from dying. That's what should concern us for now. Nobody said they're not going to. And then some people say you don't know why they will stop. These people are not mad people. They already told you.
When they cannot. Even it is my problem. Even if there is no evidence.
So no, forefather, I give you 3 minutes to explain to us what is your problem with this move that America is.
And then I'd like to chime in also, please.
Well, you see, you guys are playing with my time.
Yes,
I'll give you time. Just relax.
Yes, you guys are playing with that.
I will even move the program a bit.
Too. Thank you.
Okay, so KJ, let them all finish, then we can come back to that subject. Let them else.
It's not a bad subject. We can come and crush that.
All right, let's go ahead. Okay, Oti, you will have gone because you say you are going. That's why.
Yes, I wait. The discussion is getting interesting now, so I'll wait.
All right. Hit. What's the most impactful event that happened around, whether Nigeria or in England or America, wherever you want to talk about?
Well, let's talk about Nigeria. Let's keep it one, as it were.
All right.
Because so many things are happening, and the single, this year has been calamity after calamity, and that calamity has not been as crude as what has just happened on the 25th or 26th of this year. The calamities that have happened where Nigeria is concerned is basically Nigeria constantly going the wrong way. Nigeria's going the wrong way. So obvious. It's laughable. It's laughable. I think the worst thing I saw was the case that took place, the Nnamdi Kanu case. I think that was the worst single thing that I saw this year. Watching pieces of that case, I think I could never be in this country being judged in this way.
Okay.
Wait. Allow me to say what I'm saying now.
I've not finished. Go ahead, bro. But you have less than 2 minutes, so go ahead.
My goodness, it's like you don't like listening to my consciousness, brother. Take time, my brother. Take time. What it is, if we in the diaspora can put ourselves in that kind of court scenario that they took Nnamdi Kanu. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of Nnamdi Kanu, but I would have liked to have seen a clean, clear, professional conduct within a court of law that is judging somebody's life or death. And what I saw was a sham. So that was the worst thing I think I saw this year that took place in Nigeria. It just showed that this is not our country. This is a shithole. For real, this is a shithole. You understand? So from there, we now see Trump bombing Nigeria. Now, the impact of this thing, we don't know what it's going to be like, but 2026 would show us. Trump bombing Nigeria. I think whether you agreed with Trump coming to help or not, there is nobody that doesn't have a question mark to say, where is this going to lead? What does this lead to? And I think our consciousness has to be at a height. We have to have our antennas up. We have to do the special reading that we need to do to catch up to where things are. There's something, I don't know, I'm sure there are people who have heard of Kissinger, the Kissinger report of 1970. Just go and take a look at that thing. Go and take a look at it and tell me that there's not a game being played.
Yeah.
Well, if you believe, wait, please, if you believe everything is as it should be, because there are many Nigerians that somehow in their fucking idiotic mind suggest to themselves that everything is as it should be. And when I see so many Nigerians thinking like this, I think we ain't got no hope. You see, if we ourselves don't become players in this game and we're just on the side critiquing and commenting and using the best English we've got, right? Where the country and we are over.
Thank
Amen.
you. Thank you. I don't want to divert, but you see, what you mentioned is very true, very key. The Kissinger report came out in 1976. Am I right?
74.
74. And since then, almost every leader in Africa had a copy. So what stopped them from getting think tank to work on?
This is where you understand that they're in the game with them. This is where you understand that we have enemies within. This is where you understand that you people are going to get no justice unless you clear physically the so-called elite in that country. You are always going to be under. Wait. This is something I have known since I was 20 years old. I don't know why it takes so long for those actually living in Nigeria not to be able to see that. Apart from the oppression of the generation before us that tells us how to think. Unfortunately, there are too many Nigerians who are told how to think, and the display of our parents telling us how to think is here on the platform. Because we don't think. We think we're thinking, but we ain't thinking about shit. The only thing we're thinking about is getting the hell out of the country and living some life before we die. That is the parameter of our thinking. We are not thinking about the crucial things that matter to us that are killing us on a daily basis. I thank you.
Thank you. You just sorry. I reminded me of, I read Walter Rodney, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa in secondary school. That to say how then we are looking for information. You don't come to the school without reading and getting yourself prepared. So all these things have been washed away because schools then had debate clubs that debate other schools. And you don't want to take your school and go there and go and lose and come back because you won't rest like the whole of that term. So, but now you see, even the youth, they're no longer interested in looking for information. They're more interested in TikTok, dancing and shaking bomb. That is all we see.
Big Brother Africa.
Big Brother are taking over everything. In fact, when I was in Nigeria, I banned Big Brother from being shown. Nobody will decrease to tune and put there. These are nonsense. Anyway, let me not go far. We'll come back to that topic where what is still waiting. Ada, Dr. Dama, what is your most impactful event in the political space, especially in Nigeria?
For me, my most impactful event is going to be the current one that happened with the Senate president, which is Senator, Senate President Akpabio, regarding his health. I think one thing we fail to realize why we need to really pay attention to our healthcare system. As someone in the healthcare sector, our healthcare system is nothing to write home about. And I cannot believe this man left the country in less than how many hours just to get treatment and came out and said nothing happened to him, quote unquote, allegedly. So it makes me ask this question: why is it that we don't want to address the issue about our healthcare system? Why are we frowning away from that particular topic? I've said this. We all, let's say we go home now for 30 December, all of us here on the platform, whatever home you want to build, 5 billion, whatever you want to name it, please, what is the closest healthcare facility to you if you have a cardiac arrest that you can take and get the adequate care you need? We don't think about these things, but it matters. For me, health is wealth. But we are so more worried about showing off, being in this place, doing this. We are not paying attention to things that really matter to me because it's like we don't regard human beings anymore. What Mr. Alozi just said, which is the tiger nuts, I read about that thing and I was so disgusted how the organ harvest has been going on. I mean, these are human beings we're talking about. These are not cadavers when you're in medical school, you can do whatever. Like, I just can't understand what is going on with us when it comes to our medical health care. So, if the Senate is listening to us, this is one thing I'd like him to come back with. Since he just had a head scare, draw up a plan because we have money. We have the money to put up a trauma one hospital, level two, like we can put it up fully equipped and functioning. Train the staff to know what these equipments are. What in case of an emergency, you as the senator can be able to say, I can access this health
Okay,
care benefit and stuff like that. So
thank
that's
you.
the what impacted me. So thank you.
Dr. Adama, let me answer your question. You say if we get cardiac arrest, that is your final resting place. That place. I'm just telling you, just so you know, there's nothing,
No,
nothing.
KJ, the best healthcare system is Dibiafia next
I'm
to
telling
you.
you, and then
But you guys are not helping now. You see how
let me
it's
also
just happen.
let me also answer the second question. Why are they always going? If one now, 1 week, you can wait a per diem. Per diem, that is, you know what a per diem is. Americans
No,
don't
I
practice that.
don't know. I don't know what that is.
Per diem be per day what? Per day.
Travel allowance,
Yes,
daily travel
per day,
allowance.
yes, per day allowance. Okay. So
So
for Senate president like this, he get up to $3,000, $4,000, or $5,000 a day. Okay, all his boys coming from then the least person will get $1,000. So if they manage to
what?
keep him, I'm telling you, I was there. So now if they manage to keep him for 1 week, the per diem will come in every day, and that per diem is not among your hotel bill. Okay, and if
What?
wait, I'm telling you what is there. So when I go know when they come they talk, some people just they talk when they don't even know the system. When you
Madam
want to
sweet.
book the protocol,
Madam sweet.
the protocol person will make sure you get a hotel where there's bread and breakfast. So you're not even, that is not among what you eat. That bread and breakfast in that hotel is not going to be included in a per diem. So even fasting, you can just with that bread and breakfast. That morning this thing will carry you throughout because it is buffet. So you go there, you eat your eating, you put your money in your pocket, and then the one to run around the contingency will still be in your pocket. That's how Nigerian money they go, my sister. That one is not, nobody accounts for it. All you need to do is when you come back, you return your receipt. Ogabo. So anytime the dog of the president gets a problem, they will send the London and Fukaipule and Choa, everybody go there. And everybody who is with the
So
dog,
who is funding that bill? Why they're in London? Can I ask?
The taxpayer.
government now,
The
The
taxpayer.
taxpayers, right? Thank
government
you. You've answered my
who
question.
will fund it? Government now, Ogarija for his own personal distance. He's not treating himself so he'd be well to govern Nigeria. Why should he pay by himself? Anyway, let's move on. I just want to know how the system is so corrupt. So everybody works to see that their Oga is going abroad. So they too will have to go. You understand what I'm saying? All right. Mr. Ike, what was your most impactful event, this year?
Nothing.
Round up. Nothing.
No.
You can't be serious, my brother.
Okay, so next year, the most impactful thing next year, you have to host us in that your beautiful place.
Yes.
No problem.
Come
No problem.
to your island. and enjoy plenty of fish.
I live in the paradise in the world, so no problem.
Yes, I know, I agree. So you have to host us.
Okay,
No wahala.
thank you so much. This has Valence. We like what you are doing. God bless you. That you thought of giving us something, even though you are in Niger. We really appreciate. And you were, one of those who celebrated yesterday who joined us. Gentlemen, let's give it up for this person. And those of you who are on the keyboard, whether you are for or against, please help us. We need to build up a team in Nigeria for next year election to be sure that we can cover that election live and get people on ground who can give us a blow-to-blow account of what is going on. Also, to help pay for the channel. Right now, it's only Rudolph Okonkwo that's paying for it. I have not been able to contribute, but I know that next year I will do something. And every one of us, we can all put our hands together to make it even better. And then we can equally increase the maybe add our broadcast to more days than Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, or even get to 25 people at a time so that we all can be in to contribute. I really appreciate you giving out of, just to make us get a cup of coffee. Thank you. All right. Tony, what is your most impactful event?
KJ, can I ask a question? When you say impactful, does it have to be positive or negative?
What was there that either it triggered you for good or for bad? Yeah, whichever way you feel like taking it.
I take the position of my brother Oti. The removal of the governor of Rivers State.
Oh yeah, that was bad.
By the president. And it triggered off quite a sequence of events. First of all, the Supreme Court could not take the case because they were afraid of the president. That's my thinking. Two, every other governor, started gravitating towards APC because they didn't want to be removed. So that created the impression that we have a king as the president, that he cannot be questioned, whose action means law, and that is the beginning of the destruction of our democracy. So, and then you have a bandwagon effect of that decision. We saw it with Natasha. We saw it with, not that this is the first time that that's been done, but that's the first time that we have this sort of thing happening. So that today, everybody is just, going to APC. Nobody is losing his position because the Constitution specifies that if you have to move to another, there has to be a reason for you to move that can be justified by law. But now it's just the normal thing. You just wake up one day, you're porting to another party, you're porting to another party. For me, constitutionally, it doesn't make sense. This is no longer a democracy. And this is part of the things that have been destroying this country. So that's what I see as but it is a fallout of the fact that what you sow is what you reap. So you can trace it back to what Mike did when you had the election in 2023. And Rivers State is paying for it, and now is affecting the entire nation because of just that one thing that Mike did that is wrong.
Okay, thank you so much. That was brilliant also, and then quite up to point. So we can move on and get to where we are all running to. Yes, my brother Dexter.
Hey, hi KJ.
Yes, sir.
Hello, good evening everybody, good morning, good afternoon. I think everybody has said most of the most impactful things. Jago said what was on my mind, OTC was on my mind, but one thing that they have not said is, I think the fact that we are turning into a jungle, I think that's very impactful for me, I mean, if you saw what happened today in Edo State, where a guy that was playing football was dragged on the street to go and apologize. Why? Because he said something, and the people decided that they were going to humiliate him and drag him in quotes to go and apologize to the Oba of Benin. It just, and the people that did this were young men in their 20s or in their 30s. And it just shows. I think that the danger is in the north. The danger is everywhere. The danger is everywhere, it's everywhere. So, I mean, that was very impactful for me when I saw that young men that are supposed to be working, if they were in the Western world, would they have time for that? Young men in their hundreds dragging a man, walking him miles in quotes that he should come and apologize to Oba that he insulted the palace and quote. And some of us want to believe, we want to deceive ourselves that we are a developed country, that we have moved. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Let's tell ourselves. Another thing is that when I see some of us that say some things here and you are still living in the Western world, leave the Western world and come to your country and make impact. There's no need staying over the fence and then telling people, I'll do it like this, do like that. No. It was very impactful. And the fact that our judiciary has decided to become like a mess, I mean, think about it. The Sunday Jackson case, the only reason Sunday Jackson is out now is because there was a dissenting judge. There was a dissenting judge that made that case to go viral. And that's why Sunday Jackson today, after staying 10 years, is free. Imagine what happened with the Rivers State, where the president they've now given the president powers to do that. And I think that is very telling for me because, look, it will come around. All these things we are doing today is going to come around. Somebody is going to get into power that is going to maximize that power the way we would never imagine. And it will come for all of us. Everybody is going to come for everybody. The truth about it is that oppression has not reached some people. Some people have already been oppressed in Nigeria, so they're used to it. Example, the people in the East. And when I say the East, I don't segregate South from the East. That is the political creation of Nigeria. When you say the East, it's what you call the Niger Delta, it's what you call the Southeast, it's what you call the South. Those people they have witnessed oppression. People that have not witnessed oppression yet are the people in the West, what you call the West and the Midwest. The oppression is coming. It's going to reach everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, below now, China must go.
That's why I didn't say anything because everybody is going to chop the breakfast. You understand? Last.
Everybody.
That's why I didn't say anything.
PJ, I like the way you pronounce the man of the year. I like the way you pronounce that name with that energy. Keep it going like that. We'll still give you corresponding position for Osadebe Avenue.
Okay.
That's the government house.
But I'll enjoy it.
So where are we?
Yes, so we are still at what event was so impactful, more impactful than any other one this year for you?
Oh, the same event I was trying to shit on you on yesterday. The gift that Donald Trump gave you for Christmas was one of the best ever. You don't ever receive. So I worked so hard to make sure I put some for the guy, but blast it no work. So, but as I was so antagonized, yes. But I think for me that is the event for me. I don't even know how to actually classify that yet because one, I don't know. This is a brief question. Is there any country before or now that is fighting terrorism or non-state actor that another country go help and fight them?
No.
That means I'm not. I thought at least in Igbo they smoke they making. So then for me that's it opened so many questions. So
you the smoke Igbo true.
If not be Dr. Damage in a form born again. Sure. Now, no, so if that has never happened before, so America comes in, they won't help us. Now, the first question is, because when I listen to Nigeria argument and OT, because the first question is, if that has never happened, so what is the conversation about? If it's non-state actor, we call ourselves a country, no fit defeat out. It's not that we are fighting another country, then America can't help us or help them. This is just a non-state actor, and we call ourselves a nation. We know if we defeat that state, but then I mean,
let's 15 years. 15 years.
Let's sit down and ask ourselves the real question, because the argument with the real question is that the most populous nation on the continent of Africa, 230 million people, we face a non-state actor with no free fight. How will they be Benin? On a more serious note. So the America are coming to drop something in our own land. That's the first time in the history. First time. So there's so much that
it was
sorry.
Okay, so not speaking. Mute your mic so that it doesn't interfere with him.
So that singular event changed everything about. I mean, because it had to support the history of Nigeria. That's what it means. And by so doing the whole continent of Africa. That's why I asked that question.
Sorry.
If there's a country,
I see. There's nothing that will happen in Nigeria now that should surprise anybody, really.
No, that's not the point.
No, what I mean, okay, let me make the point.
Because, if you're patient, we'll get to where you're going.
No, sorry. A country is being not even the monarch, the president. Even Nigerians can't even vouch for his identity. Where it's coming from. No. I'm just telling you, because all this.
OT.
Hold on.
Like,
that's not the
point I'm trying to make.
No. I'm making the point that nothing.
Oh my God! Hold on. See,
okay. If you allow him, let him speak now. You will have finished by now. Go ahead, Ovie.
The same leader you are criticizing, other world leaders, they deal with them. That was the point.
No, that's not the point. The point is that is a hope. The institution is hopeless.
They deal with them. They sign contract with this man.
No, that's not the point. The point is that
exactly. So I make my
our
point.
situation is so hopeless that there's nothing that happens that should really,
Oti, can you just you had your time now? You mentioned another event. This one is so much impactful. Why don't you choose it?
Oti, please stop. Okay, Pablo, please.
I mean, you had the option. You choose something else. So allow me.
Let him speak now, bros. Speak. Calm down. Baby, calm down.
If we not fit, Nigeria is making a case. In order for the Committee of Nations, we should be prepared to at least deal with non-state actors, not be to go fight war. That is what you guys' argument was centered on. Should we stand up as a man and act as a man, or should we go and beg another man to come and help us fight? That is the question. Let's forget all the propaganda within the truth, terrorism and all that. That is the question. So what is
the answer?
That's why I asked that question. We are not fighting war with another country. Now, no state actor, just like me, I carry go me and my guys, whole Nigeria ransom, and they could not defeat me and my guys. That's the question. That's where we are. You're talking about one president will come. The man will come and go.
Okay, calm down now. Calm down, Pablo. You are talking with too much force. Calm down.
They stay on point. They try to divert and this man. I don't care about. That's not the point. But I think be just one man will come and go.
Calm down.
So what happened? There's so many questions that are yet to be asked and yet to be answered. And it is a shame on all of us because it is us that we in Nigeria. We failed our ancestors. We failed those that came before us, and we failed the future generation. If we could criticize one man, we have 1 million reasons to criticize one man. It's not about one man. It's about us Nigerians. Under our watch as men, adults, we could not.
Okay. Can you stop now? Can you stop now? Let me just.
I'm not going to stop because I'm not talking.
Oh my God! You go on and you don't stop. You never stop.
Okay. Calm down, guys. Oh, you don't drive it now. You see, people calm down. When she was supposed to give us a decision, she don't run away now.
Make I use you because it's blessing on be age mate. You are accusing the young generation of not being disciplined in case of reading. You use an example that during your time you were forced. If you know read so book, you know go do so this. But not this time now that you have grown to be that adult. Instead of you to enforce that discipline, you are expecting the child to be disciplined by himself. That is not what we are available to you.
You see, Pablo, to be fair to you, that's a different discussion for another day. Because hold on. Let me say what. Let me say why.
I agree with you. Hold on now. Make I tell you why I bring her on. It is because of OT. Because now in generation they make that. That was the point Tunanja was trying to make about the generational differences, how we think and how we reason.
But hold on, Oti. But we have talked about this. Remember the other day I told you something. I said on this panel and on another program that the mistake we are making is that we think coming to Europe or coming to the Western world means that we should jettison our own cultures and tradition. And I went to America. Hold on, I went to elementary school here to drop my son, and I looked at the curriculum. I found out that they had built into the system their cultures and their tradition. The time for them to take brunch, the time for them to do this and do that, even to maintain their so-called major eateries around this thing. They are taught that at a particular time of the year you must go to what do they call it now? The one they always go to, Chiefly. You have to go to Chiefly to buy this. Every student in that school will go on that, and they will give them a discounted this thing. And I said to myself, what are they teaching them? They are teaching them to maintain that standard, whether they like it or not. This is the way. My son comes back and say, after a while, he said, I want to go. I said, but these are junk food. He said, no, it's junk food here, but we can, let's just take it for once. Do we do that in our place? Have you ever seen one day they say, okay, make una come today. We'll go to, when they are coming, let your mother prepare a goosey soup and okra soup. That's what we're going to eat for lunch. This is
okay. Why we know they do them?
Because the system is failing. That's what we're saying now. We're all saying the same thing.
Yes. Now I agree. What is the system and who built the system?
That is what we're saying, or you are missing the point.
Hold on now.
It is all our responsibility.
Hold on. I am agreeing with what you are saying, but I am telling you, the system that we want, nobody will build it for us. Now we be the adults that will build it.
So we're on the same page.
So it is so we should start pointing out at this point. We don't hold past that level. Okay. Hold on. If you want me to agree with you, it is because we could not we failed to fight. That's why we ran away. And we now stand here getting by the point fingers. This is end of 2025. What would the reason?
Okay.
The system where you are talking about was built by people, adults like me and you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And I want to remind you, used to be a man called Delegiwa. People like us who are talking from here, we have done our own bit. Make una go do our own. Okay, thank you. Let's move ahead now.
My message is very clear and well delivered.
And make it concise. All right. I thought you were going to add more, but you didn't make it concise. Okay, if he Chisom. You know what to say? Yes, you don't want to talk. I'll talk on your behalf.
I keep telling you I'm having problem with this, but I think it's better now.
Yeah, you sound better, good, and you're syncing. Your mouth syncs with your sound. So go ahead.
Okay. All right. So why do we even? Good evening, everybody. What's all this argument all about?
The argument that we ask a very pertinent question: what is the most impactful event? The most impactful event so far this year in Nigeria? And people have, tried to speak what is impactful to them. Unveil was telling us that we are the ones who are not able to fight and institute the system we want. Instead, we are rather, these things, people are coming outside to come and help, and we are still even criticizing. We should have been able to deal with this thing if we believe that we're a sovereign nation. I think was I able to summarize it the way you wanted it to be?
Are we truly a sovereign nation? That's a good question.
We are. We have a national flag. We have a national item. We even have national dress, cultural dress.
A sovereign nation that cannot solve local problems. Is it really a sovereign?
Exactly.
Yes, we are. Don't we have national flag? Are we not playing World Cup?
Is that the only thing that makes you a sovereign nation?
Yes.
So, KJ, I still have a problem that somebody like Trump came to Nigeria and bombed is it Sokoto? And up to now, our president didn't release a statement. Or did he?
Did he what?
Not yet. Not yet.
Did he release any statement?
No.
No. He went. Yes, he did. He went to Lagos to dance with your masquerade.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Something of that magnitude happened in a country of almost 300 million people, and the president did not even make a statement or did not even comment on that. I don't know what everybody has said, but honestly speaking, the way Nigeria is going, we might end up, disintegrating at some point.
Sorry, if
it
is because the man
we don't have a country at this point.
Sorry, if because
it seems like everybody's doing what they want to do and get away with it, and the citizens are okay with it. So does it mean that we cannot rise up against these people? I'm worried about Nigeria, honestly speaking. Because if care is not taken, we might not have this country called One Nigeria anymore. Of course, we were never one anyway, because I believe we were forced together. We were never one. Okay, Jay, do you think we are one?
Hey, you asked the wrong person.
I'm asking, because to me, I don't think we were ever one country.
You see, I have spoken so much about the contradictions in the Nigerian nation. And it has become clear to me that we don't want to be a nation. That's simple. I don't need to, there's nothing to talk about here. If you pick the American Constitution, it is the same thing applied all over. Delaware is one of the smallest American states, yet it has the same equality with the state of California and Mexico. There's nobody can come and say because you're coming from California, you have more rights than the person in Delaware. Okay? But so they built their nation on equality. And as far as I follow some of their court cases here, they try, if you don't get justice in the first court, the first what they call it, a circuit, you get in the second. If in fact before you get to the sixth circuit, you get justice, no matter how that difficult that case.
See, everything going
to the Supreme Court. Let me tell you some of the contradictions we don't understand. The Supreme Court, in trying to install Tinubu, reinterpreted the law of the nation by saying that 25% of FCT means the same thing as other states. In other words, the FCT was given a status of a state because you want to install Tinubu.
Sorry, KJ, permit me just a minute, okay? You see, a minute. If you also excuse me. You see, look, the thing is this. Most of us are saying the same thing, and it's more like it's preaching to the choir. That's what is called logical inference. From what you are saying, discussing, I think one cannot avoid the conclusion that we don't have a country. And for people that maybe forefathers, let me mention him, this this is gonna happen, we do this, do that. This is self-delusion. This is an illusion. So if we accept, if the evidence is there for everybody to see, the logical inference, and that's why I commended 20 for being so clear about this situation, position, kind of a convert, because he used to believe that it's gonna work somehow, it's sustainable, but he's come to the conclusion. And I said, right from the time what KJ was referring to now, the Supreme Court can even, interpret or apply the law or misapply the law, the Constitution, just to have one man, okay? And I said, Nigeria and Nigerians are living with the fact that somebody who is the president don't even know his identity. Something as basic as that. And then you're talking about the America bombing. What's more important? That even somebody that your number one citizen, that represents the sovereignty of the country, he can't even vouch for his identity. You don't know where it's coming from. and then you're worried about America, another country bombing, bombing some individuals in your country. I mean, it shows misalignment. You don't understand really. You don't get the basics. That is what's going on. I mean, we have come to the conclusion, if you allow
So
me
how
to
are we
say
gonna
that.
fix this problem, Oti?
Well, in other words, we have to start from the beginning. I mean, you don't have a country. You don't have a country. You can't just magic it. This magical thinking that somehow is gonna work. It's not gonna work. There's no basis for it.
You keep saying one man take advantage. One man.
No. Listen. Okay, listen. Get the point. What I'm saying is our responsibility, is our failure that this happened.
You are also a man. You are a man. Stop.
I don't get it. You think it's by shouting. Listen, excuse me. I'm not absolving. Hold on. Can you listen? I'm not absolving myself or anyone of responsibility. I'm saying that we allowed it to happen. It's our failure, right? That such a thing could happen. Are you with me? That's the point I'm making. So
somebody is making a suggestion that we should arm more of our citizens so that one day we can rise with that, even against ourselves. You are saying he's talking nonsense. Having more military is not necessary to go and fight our enemy.
Listen, excuse me. You have to have a country before you can raise an army. Okay?
You can't say that somebody is talking nonsense.
No, he is the one that said it. He said Tunanja is talking nonsense because he said we should have more military. If we have more military men on ground, our government will not be misbehaving.
No, hold on. You have to have
okay. Let me try and moderate.
Don't you think we will no longer be talking about democracy if we have more military on the ground?
You have to have a country first. You have to have a country first before you can have an army.
If that is what it takes to give us a country that we want.
Listen, okay. Calm down, everybody. Calm down.
We don't have a country.
Okay.
If that's what it's going to take to give us a country, would you like it?
China must go.
Come on, man.
China must go. Hold on.
There's no one way to govern humans.
China must go. Don't let China go. But
sorry, I beg.
Iffy.
You're always emotional.
There's
a reason why you don't put the cart before the horse.
2025.
It's not the cat that is pulling the horse. It's the horse.
If you conclude, sir, we can move and start this topic. Hold on. We are getting to this topic. We will discuss them today. Not with this topic. We will discuss them. Hold on. If you conclude. If it's your turn to...
So yes. This is my question. Where do we go? Because I keep asking the same question every session. Where do we go from here? Because like I said the other time, we have the same, we keep doing the same thing over and over again. We don't have solution to what is happening in Nigeria. Regarding our judiciary, I don't understand how we're going to have one Supreme Court. Because in the States, each state has their own state Supreme Court. So in order for your case to be heard in Supreme Court, you might be waiting for 20 years and your case has not been heard. What kind of system is that?
Okay, thank you.
What kind of judiciary do we have in Nigeria?
Thank you so much, Ife. And so we will conclude on this topic. Majority of people have said those people who have impacted so far this year, that because we have Trump that has 3, we have Dangote that have 2, we have Tiger Bay that have 1, we have Tinubu that has 1, National Assembly 1, and all right, that's it. People somehow we didn't get a quorum to say, so it seems that every of this event was at a national level can be accepted to have impacted negatively or otherwise on the people of Nigeria and vis-a-vis the world. Because of these events, that's what has brought into play the international gaze on Nigeria right now, that people are now looking at what is going on. And before we go into this now, let us first of all make a caveat. We are not saying that because we have said, or the world know that there's a Christian genocide, means that some Muslims are not being also involved. That has never been the position of the church or the position of anybody outside of Nigeria. There will always be collateral damage in when certain things like this go on. And so I sitting here, first did my first story of this massacre in 2002 in Dogonahawa. I have the pictures. Okay. So now when that started, people didn't take it. We didn't think it's going to something that will continue. But it was done there. It was there and it was done. Now, so before 2002, there were other places that this was happening secretly. So the question now be, we, the Nigerian people, who most of the time when we say like the argument Ovie is putting up now, we don't have the resources to face the people who are attacking us. Because remember, government first disarmed all the communities. All the communities were disarmed.
The point is,
and they came to the point after their guns are taken away. This attack started, and they were helpless. They just walk into those communities that don't have any way of protecting themselves, and they do whatever they want. So it's not about increasing the soldiers, because even now it is most of these atrocities committed. The people come in with soldier uniforms, so we don't even know who is a soldier now or who is not. But let's go back to what happened to Nigeria.
Let me give you a different example.
I'm coming. Just hold on. Let's start from the beginning before you give me an example.
Okay.
Now, we have never had it in the soul of Nigeria, as far as Nigeria is concerned, that a foreign power, bombed any part of Nigeria. So we already know that we are bad enough. We have already failed our people. Okay, but we also are now facing an existential threat. Because
speak grammar.
Yes, so not only you, grammar not my father language, I'm Igbo. Now, the majority of our communities are facing danger on daily basis. Just 2 days ago, there was another strike in a place called Bajimba in Benue State. So what we are simply saying is this: our people don't have the ability to hold this thing. These people, the person that has the power of violence in Nigeria is the federal government. They have the wherewithal. Nigerian forces have been tried over years and have proven to be formidable. We have restored countries. Sierra Leone, we restored. Gambia, we restored. What's the other one? Liberia, we restored. Okay, when the other small wanted to mess up their ugly head during Obasanjo's time, Obasanjo sent just a warning and they all came back to normal. Why can't we defeat a ragtag army for 15 good years? That's a question that we all should be asking. Now, if we didn't do what we should do, should you blame another country who saw that you are beating your wife to the point you want to kill her and they want to come and help to rescue your wife? Should that be a problem for the man who came to rescue, or that you who are refused to be civil and do things the way that will be more appropriate for your people? Who should be blamed? That's what we should be asking.
If the neighbor wants to take my wife, I should be worried. If that neighbor wants to take my wife,
no, but you should kill your wife because he wants to take her.
See,
no way look at it.
Is this a new conversation we're having now?
Yeah. That's what I want to go. So we're going there.
Okay, let's start. Let's do it. All we're doing that. Pablo can't just jump in now.
That's what I'm saying. But he seemed to want to take a bite of the apple before
We all want to, because let me say this: we've been waiting since Otti kind of argued his point. I wanted to come in at that point, but I shut up because it's only manners. However, those who have manners, now them lead the chain. And now Nigerian way with this. Now Nigerian way with this. Where did they give man grace? Where did they spoil everything? See yourself.
Jago, take it. Okay, let's start from the beginning. Chim, go ahead.
Can you couch the subject matter properly? What exactly do we want to talk about?
So now, Further raised a very pertinent question. That is the foreign power coming in. We shouldn't have even been allowed them to come in. We should have been able to develop ourselves to a point that these people shouldn't come in. And because of our
sorry, I beg your pardon. I beg everybody's pardon. Even though he said that, I think we should read deeper into what was meant. And what was meant at the end of the day, apart from forefather going on about the military and how important it is for us to be able to secure our country, what is the underlying thing is that purposely no government since Buhari and Tinubu, let me just take those two. With Buhari and Tinubu have refused point blank to do the job of governing that country, so that we now come into where we are. So what Otti was saying, isn't this serve us right? Isn't this what we've been asking for?
Okay, all
For
right.
goodness sake.
Let me just put it in the way I see it. Okay, so we have AFRICOM, if I'm correct. I'm sure we all know what AFRICOM stands for.
Yes.
And AFRICOM started being created when Obasanjo came back in office in his civilian era, working with other African nations. Before then, the US has tried severally to have a base in Nigeria, and previous governments in Nigeria have always refused that. From Balewa's government up until Abacha's government have refused to allow. That's why, if you guys remember, I don't know how much of history a lot of us know, there used to be a non-aligned group politically, and Nigeria was a very major force of the non-aligned movement. That non-aligned movement had Brazil, it had Argentina, it had Singapore. At some point, it had China, before China was now integrated in 1978 into the superpower group bloc. Now, that non-aligned movement was to say that anytime there was a Western Bloc versus Eastern Bloc issue, when we had the Eastern and Western Bloc, these particular nations would not be part of any of those groups. They always took a neutral angle and looked at issues more from how the issue was, not supporting whether it was US and Britain and France or versus then Soviet Union and its allies. However, down the line, because, and I will mention that under Babangida's government, Nigeria started suffering. Nigeria did not build its infrastructure. So the electricity issue we're having today in Nigeria, for instance, started under Babangida's government when Kainji started failing on a consistent basis because we did not liberalize our electricity sector properly. We were all dependent on hydro for a long time. That's what happened. And then every day they'll tell us, oh, Kainji has broken down. Kainji has broken down. It's under Babangida's government we started having power blackout nationally. And this transmorphatized into other areas. Even the armed forces wasn't properly being armed because Babangida had political ambitions of sit tight, he wasn't funding the army properly also. What he was doing was finding allies in the military to bribe, as it were, to keep him in office. So all of this lack of building a nation has festered into finance, festered into infrastructure, festered into, name it, every sector of the economy. That today, gradually, there's a decay. But what has now happened is this. We now started having civilian authorities, including OBJ at some point, who did not invest very well in the kind of things forefathers are talking about, managing our military bases very well and all that. Now we're reaping the effects. These things were not caused by Tinubu. The only difference is that Tinubu did not have any plans to come to office. Because he had no plans, this guy found himself in office just wanting to retire with a toga, I have been a president. That's why he has no vision. He doesn't know where he wants to take the country to. So even the things forefathers is talking about, saying, oh, that we should have more foot soldiers, this man doesn't have a strategy. If he had a strategy, his strategy doesn't necessarily have to be employing people into the army. It could include just as much as looking at the architecture, the security architecture, and looking at how to rejig it properly. That rejigging could be kind of things we were discussing last time. People like Femi said that it is no longer about just having foot soldiers. Technology should be imputed into the system because there's a lot you can do with technology that just reducing the numbers will also help you. So my summary is simply this. The decay is deep. It's going to take an authority, a new president, somebody with a different mindset, whether it's a younger person, as forefathers is advocating for, or is someone who may be old but just is patriotic enough, is going to come in and look at that entire architecture. That architecture is going to include restructuring Nigeria in a way that is manageable. The current Nigeria we have, with these men who go to Abuja to go and sit in the Senate, is not sustainable. It does not help. We are top heavy as a country, structure-wise. We are too top heavy. Everything is Abuja. We need to bring down that top heaviness, reduce it a little bit. Let OT have control of his police in Abia State. Let the guy Jackson in Osun State have control of his police. And don't tell me that the governors will abuse it. Because right now, the federal level is abusing it. So bring it down, and then we put pressure on those at the local level to do the right thing. And before you know it, see, security is local. As China must go will tell you, it's local thing. Once you start settling your matters locally, you start holding your governor responsible for your security, a lot of things will stop happening. And at that level, it frees up our federal forces to be able to do the kind of thing we want them to do in Sambisa and in Sokoto. Because people are arguing that what is the collateral damage of Sokoto? Listen, these guys who bombed that place, they know what they saw. I keep hearing people saying, but it's in the northeast. Listen, those people come through that Sokoto axis, and then they send out their people to wherever they're supposed to go to. So bombing where they assemble is already a damage. So I think it's going to take a lot, but I think Tinubu has an opportunity now to reduce the pressure of the federal government, scale down power down to the federating units. He has a unique opportunity to do that. But I fear he does not have the political will to do it because he is too politically minded. He is seeking the next election. That's his problem. The guy is not somebody who is trying to leave a legacy in terms of, okay, let me sit down. What were Nigerians going to remember me for? I restructured the army. I changed the political architecture. I did this. I did that. I reduced seaports, moved things around. Let the whole Nigeria feel it. No. Tinubu is looking at making deals. Because if he wasn't looking at making deals, I don't know what Matawola is still doing there as Minister of State for Defense. That guy is a non-jihadist. What is he doing there? Take those kinds of people out. But he's not going to be able to do it. So, but if he's able to do it, you will see a lot of changes will start happening. But I don't think he's able to do it.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Forefathers.
Yeah, I guess it's obvious that technology is useful. I also said human beings are by far the most advanced technology. I don't know about you. I've never seen a drone that can go and hide when enemies are coming and know how to shelter himself when it's raining and feed itself and dodge bullets.
Don't forget that there were no foot soldiers that threw the bomb. It was technology they used to do those things they did.
And yes, you know what is better than one person throwing a bomb? 20 people throwing one bomb each. See, there's a reason why America has so many soldiers too. I don't understand how this is confusing. This is not confusing. America has more than 2 million, and you're saying this thing. We barely have this thing. We use 0.1% of our population to defend the country when Israel is using almost 10%. Do they have 5 heads? I don't understand it. Why do you not want to do your job? You're a man. Do your job. All those boys joining secret societies and cults at university, maybe they should be going to do military service. Maybe that would be useful, a useful skill to have, and you use them to build dams and dredging the canal ways that will actually partition the waterways from the south to including the southeast and up to even Makurdi and all those areas. The military can build. You can use military to build. That's what Hitler used. You can use military to develop your country, defend your country at the same time. While you are not busy fighting wars, they can do a lot of things. I don't understand why people are reluctant to people creating 2 million jobs that is going to stimulate the economy at the same time save you money. Do you know the money you're going to spend doing all that? You're going to get it back in security investments. In other words, it doesn't cost you anything. If anything, you make profit out of it while you are creating jobs. It's a win-win. I don't know. Why are we arguing with it?
Forefather, whilst you may be very right, can you see it happening, what you're saying, under this particular regime, even if they've been pushed by the actions of Trump Can you see it happening? Be honest to yourself.
I don't know. Maybe if they push them enough, if the people wake up and push them enough, maybe it's
Then next
possible.
day you're still expecting somebody else to do the job.
It's 0
You know,
point.
bro. Let's wait. Let's be serious. For me to ask you the question, and for you then to answer that if Trump pushes him enough, it means that you are satisfied that the people of that country are not doing the job that the people of that country are supposed to be doing. You're satisfied with that. We are putting to you that for all of your military persuasions, that you can't be looking at the same Nigerian government I'm looking at if you're looking for security. You just cannot. Because the government I'm looking at is stupefied with the kind of rubbish that Nigerians get themselves involved with. If you see and understand, not just the Nigerians in the elite classes, you don't have to look so far before you see the level of corruption that we have within our soul as Nigerians. You personally have a whole lot of it. You display it here all the time. You display your corruption. You may not know it, but I can tell you. Now, I'm saying to you that once we look at these types of people, we really have to understand that Nigeria hasn't got a chance in this world. Why? Because Nigerians like to walk backwards. They don't like walking with their eyes in front. They don't like walking aware of everything that's going on. They just want to be concerned with what they're concerned with. And that's the end. Nigerians, when you come to them with serious arguments, they can be so unbothered. Femi Ledger, me, fair lady, software with Lee, they'll just be talking all the kinds of things that you think, what kind of person are you? Are you able to engage in these subjects that need engagement? Or shall we sweep everything under the carpet and pretend? And then, which is what I think Oti was getting at. I think Oti's frustration was that the level of pretense that we have within our soul as ordinary people has us not being able to react to a president that came in having blatantly stolen the election. At that time, the people should have risen up. At that time, the people should have said, no way. At that time, he said, over my dead body. But nobody's prepared to say over my dead body. We don't use that kind of language in Nigeria. We use a language of...
Can I carry on what I was saying, please?
Wait,
the
please.
point you made about the Nigerian people or the Nigerian leaders not doing anything is similar to what KJ said about those Nigerian leaders. They read those documents that implied that Western people were trying to, take advantage of us and all the rest, but yet they still don't use it to do anything. But you can also put it back to him and say he read the document, he knows the document himself, and yet he's still willing to say, Trump, come and save us. That's the mentality I'm talking about. No, KJ was the one that made the statement. So okay. I put it back to him. What that tells you is that the Nigerian people have a problem. It's not just the president. Because while he is displaying it, he's not even aware that he's displaying it. And this is why I said the young people are the only hope we have. This generation, they are poisoned already. They are gone. It's a lost cause.
What do you think the young... What do you think... Sorry, KJ, this is quite important. I beg. We're having a conversation, and it is important that we bring these things out. As I think Forefather is very much a protagonist in what this subject is about. So I want to interrogate him just a little bit. And now
come on now. So we should just what should we do?
You should sit and listen and try and learn.
How other people also to speak now? They are also part of the panel.
No, I'm not. Excuse me, OVA. You know you do this many times yourself. Please don't be hypocritical here. It's not time. Just because you
wait for your time.
It's all right what you're saying, but you remember, you didn't wait for your time. Just 5 minutes ago. You remember 5 minutes ago. Wait. But you remember 5 minutes, you're the last person to speak. Remember 5 minutes ago, you didn't wait for your time. All you did is become animated, like a jack in the box.
Ovia, let him ask the question. Ovia, please. We are coming to you. Let him ask the question.
So wait for your time. Stop opening your teeth like a
shut up. Okay. Jack in the box. Anyway, let me just say what I'm saying.
Yes, you are using your time. You are using
blah 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 blah. Shut up, man.
We can't sleep for you.
It's not China that must go. It's you that must go.
Jago, it's okay.
I'm all right. I'm calm.
Okay, you complete.
I'm calm. I'm just interrogating. It's forefathers' time.
Calm down.
Just take him out. Just take him out. It's easier. Listen, all I'm trying to say, forefathers, is whilst you are correct in what you are putting to us, especially in terms of security, as has been said on the platform, it should have happened a long time ago. During the time of Ambassador for real infrastructure should have been going on. But because we've been brushing everything under the carpet, and generally we as Nigerians, we don't have backbone, particularly, apart from to fight on platforms like this. That's where we get backbone. But we don't get backbone in the real life. We don't. So I put it to you. I don't know how how young people are learning from us about how weak we are. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't even know if they have interest. I'll give it to you.
I think they will make mistakes. They will take some of our errors. They will make mistakes, and they are more likely to change. They are not going to double down like elders that cannot even see the solution. Because they can't. You can see it on the platform. It's impossible. It's like they will be saying something against something else while they are doing exactly that same thing. It's scary. And this is why I said I think that generation is a failed crop, and the new generation. That's why because so far the only politician I see in Nigeria that is of that age, if someone like Natasha Akpoti decides to run for office, I'll back 100%, and I really hope the nation backs her because she's young. She's proven herself to be trying to do the right thing by the nation. She's not going to be perfect. She's going to make mistakes, but that is exactly what you need. They are flexible. They can change. But this our generation. We don't have the capacity to change anymore. Too many of us, too many high percentage of us are just out of it. And I'm sure I'm one of them too, because everybody accuse me of that all the time.
KJ,
what it is.
KJ, I see a problem here. The problem that I see.
Make you wait for your time now. Use your time to talk the problem where you see.
You don't come, Obi. even by your talking, you are disturbing now. Waiting.
No, it doesn't make it doesn't make sense. If we are criticizing our leaders, we are trying to find solution. We should be able to abide the simple rules. For God's sake.
Obi, I want to.
How will people learn from us if we are this weak? He has a point. This is weakness.
Are you?
Is weakness.
Oh, calm down, calm down. You are not the moderator. Calm down. Calm down.
From our leaders.
Don't be behaving like Okpebelo. Calm down.
All right, guys, calm down.
I'm not going to sleep here.
Okay, let him talk. We'll come back to you.
KJ, what I'm saying is that there's a problem here. Even if you arm all the military, if you get 5 million troops, like Tinubu said when he was campaigning, the issue that we have here today is that people are saying you cannot bomb our people. They are freedom fighters. You can't bomb them. That's the issue. What are we talking about?
I agree with you. That's actually because the army was
Aerofy wants them to be destroyed. See, there are a lot of northern support going after them. So, why you don't take permission from terrorists or sympathizers of terrorists? Those people should be sidelined. Anybody that sympathizes with terrorists, you throw them in jail and forget about it.
Sympathizers of terrorists.
Yes.
So, and why did the chief of army go to the Sultan? What was he doing there?
Because they are weaklings that cannot be capable of people that are going to negotiate with terrorists. Why would you ever negotiate with terrorists?
Is the Sultan a terrorist?
Yeah, no, he's a weakling. Because if you go and negotiate with terrorists, you're a weakling.
Okay.
What does that tell you?
Okay.
This is why they've taken lives. And you want to go and talk to them to stop taking lives. Oh, yeah. How about those lives that have been lost?
Mr. Ike, what's your view?
Okay, is it my turn?
Yes, it's your turn. No, all turn by turn.
Because
you don't jump everybody.
We're almost
you don't move along now.
I just said 2 words in questioning forefather.
See my point?
He spoke for long.
It doesn't mean I haven't got my own thing to say, but anyway.
I go ahead.
First of all, let me say I am not a weakling and I have a backbone because the people that are following me, they are following my footsteps because I am not weak and I have a very strong backbone. In my own backbone, in my own way, and I'm not a weakling anywhere, in any aspect of life. I am not weak, I am a very strong man. And I stand for what I believe in. It doesn't matter the cost. And that's one. Two, a forefather can replay what I said yesterday. The Nigerian military, what I said yesterday is what I'm going to rephrase it in another way. Chim went history lane. But I said yesterday, I might not remember, but what I said yesterday, I asked forefathers, where are the Nigerian military that fought the wars in Sierra Leone, in Liberia, in Gambia, in Mozambique, in Angola, in Zimbabwe, in South Africa? Where are the Nigerian soldiers? Was it about number? Was it about population of Nigerian military foot soldiers? No. It was because we were a country. It was because the unity in diversity in Nigeria was working. It was because politics were left for the politicians to play. And the military are doing the work that they are supposed to do. It wasn't about number. It was about the country. It was about nationality. It was about being proud to be a Nigerian. It was about representing the green and white green. It wasn't about number. Dedicated young men and women, they rescued many countries in West Africa and around the world. What are we talking about? It's not about the number. It's not about the military. I said yesterday, the reason why Nigerian military has become what it has become, it is because the architect of the terrorism organization, they are the leaders of Nigerian people. They are the people that are in government. They are the people that are running the military. They are the people that are in the seat of power. How many are we going to name? How many are we going to mention? The people that we know, that a cow in Nigeria know. These are the people that are running the terrorist organization in Nigeria. They are the same people who are making the military and the political decision in your country. And the same people who are saying, no, Nigeria, we need more people. No, why should we tell America to come and bomb Nigeria? But the people that you know that are supposed to have been in prison, or people that are supposed to face firing squad, they are the people that are running the show in the military and in the political aspect of Nigerian life. And because the military has been compromised, and because the political and the government power has been compromised, that's why we cannot fight nobody. We don't have the God. Because the people that are supposed to lead that fight are the people that are sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria. I said it here yesterday. I said, the people now that are crying and shouting, they went and imported terrorists during the time of Jonathan, so that Jonathan doesn't come in second time. The terrorism we have in Nigeria is not a homegrown. People bought them over from other countries of the West Africa in order to make sure that the government of Jonathan never survived. I'm not supporting Jonathan because he was corrupt with his government. Even as a president, he might not be corrupt, but his government was a sheet of corruption. But I am talking about the present situation where we find ourselves now. Why we cannot fight. Even a local, even like Ovie said, even people following Ovie, we cannot fight because the military has been compromised. The government have been compromised. That's why we cannot fight. And because the people who are supposed to represent me and you are the same people that are organizing the criminal organization that we have in Nigeria, this terrorism we're talking about. Which everybody's talking about the Minister of State and the Minister of Defense. Mutawala or whatever they call him. Your National Security Advisor, Ribadu, or what is he called, is there, right? These are the people talking about your security. The northern governors, those that have served and go, and the president, your vice president, the man that is sitting at Asorok as your vice president. Is there any of us here who doesn't know his involvement in Boko Haram? Is there any of us who will say that the leader of Boko Haram was not caught in his own in the government house of Borno State in Abuja? Don't we know that? Are we just trying to pretend now that we don't know what the facts are? No, we know. We all know what the facts are. So Gumi is walking about telling Nigerian government, the people that are supposed to come and fight this terrorism. He's walking about. A man that everybody know, that is the head of the terrorist organization in Nigeria. He's walking about in Nigeria, making press release, going to the national television and telling us what we need to do. And he's walking free in Nigeria. And you're asking question, why is it that the military cannot fight even a common street boys in your backyard? Are we not just deceiving ourselves? Are we not just being, not trying to be honest ourselves? Because this is the problem. In as much as they have decided to have imported the terrorists that is operating in Nigeria today, if I have a son today, or if my son decides tomorrow that he wants to go and join the Nigerian military, and that will be the last decision my son will ever make. Because the military has already been saboteurs that they have in Nigerian military. Are we forgotten so soon? A brigadier general that was killed like a cow. How many months from now? How many months ago? Tony, if you can remember for me, a brigadier general that lead a troop was captured like a cow and he was killed like a fowl. And you're here asking, you're here telling it is because of the number. It has nothing to do with the number. We don't have all this number, but Nigerians were respected around the world with military power. We were respected anywhere Nigeria go to fight peacekeeping. Nigeria come out on top. Where are those soldiers today? Where are they? So until you and me and you begin to tell yourself the truth, that the truth is that because your president, not my president, has he made any statement? No. He cannot speak about that because he's thinking about 2027. He cannot say anything concerning what is going on. If he was a man, if he was sitting in Asorok as the man that was elected by the people, the time the president of America was tweeting what happened was the same time the man in Asorok was supposed to come at the podium with Nigerian flag and military flag and the minister of maybe minister of defense and the commander the military. I don't know what the people call it. They stand by the president and you begin to speak to Nigerians what happened. But no, he went to enjoy cultural group in Lagos, and from there he went to Europe. He has flight to Europe. Are you just deceiving yourself? Are you not just being honest to yourself? And somebody is telling me, oh no, I am weakling. No, I am an adult. No, it is because which example I am. Listen to me. If you have not set a standard, an example for the community and for the people that know you, I have done it. And I'm not waiting for anybody to tell me how I'm going to do it. That's why I say I'm not weakling and I have a backbone because I can defend my territory with anything that I hold dearly. So are we not trying to say we don't know what is going on in Nigeria? That somebody who never won an election is your president. The vice president of your country was a member of Boko Haram. The leader of Boko Haram was found in the government house in Borno State. Are we saying we don't know? He's your vice president. Why can't we just say the truth for once? and at the end of the day, that's insecurity. That's why I said every time, what I used to close here is, last, all of us is going to chop the breakfast, and the breakfast is going round.
Okay.
I end like this. There was something Dexter said yesterday to Forefather, because I was busy. I don't know whether he answered it. Because we are talking about what is going in Palestine, what is going on in Iran, what is going on in Syria, what is going on around the world. Dexter brought a very important point, which I was not able to listen. When he was asking us here yesterday, has all these people who are talking, have you been to the Greek? What is called it in River State? What
the Creek?
Huh?
The Creek.
Yes. He was asking us, have any of us been to that place? He mentioned some places, some local government and towns in River State and Bayelsa State. Why did Sorowiwa die? Sorowiwa died because he was fighting to protect the climate and environment of his people. And you're talking about what is happening in Palestine. You think your life is more better than the people of Palestine? Or you think your life is more better than the people of Syria? Or you think your life is more important than all those countries you think that they're having problems? While in your own backyard, where you come from, your people cannot have a decent, clean water to drink. And you're talking about Palestine, you're talking about Iran, you're talking about, countries that if you go in international flight, once there is immigration, they look at their passport, they ask them to pass, and you are with your green passport, they will ask you to go and sit down somewhere. And you're talking about why you're Greek in your place where you come from. People cannot drink water. People cannot plant anything anymore. It will grow. Are we not ashamed of yourself? Why we
Okay,
about
Ike.
other countries where things are
I hate to stop you, but I need to stop you.
Can I say something about the creeks and the river states that he mentioned? I know about those places.
No.
You have been there.
No, you cannot. Wait for your.
Look at that. Fine. Ovie is not going to let me.
Ending the program. We have gone beyond our time. But I'll give 3 more people. Tony, speak so that Ovie can speak, and then I'll go to Forefather. I'm not sure that if he wants to say anything, but if she wants, I will take her also. All right.
Let me defer to Ovie. Ovie has been eating. Ovie, take my turn. After your own.
Ovie.
Since you give me 2, make I use your turn. Take make 1 point here. When they give us time, we use to address other things that we don't like. Before you know, we run out of time. We now decide to say, I never make my point. Yes, you are doing what people don't ask you. They say, have your say, and just shut up. If you don't agree, wait for the next time. No best we no get muzzle, or we no get loud man like Ovie. Now be weekly. No. Inability for you to respect time. Be patient. That's weekly. That's why Jago said children don't feel learn from us when they see us like this. Does it make sense? See, again, maybe not because the way to Nigeria they focus on his military recruitment and they cause everybody they get over it. Say, and this idea that when we go do them, it's not about us. If you want to recruit 1 million military men, you will say in the next 10 years. That's how it's done all over the world in human. That's how you plan. So you go to recruit one every day or 5 10. That's how you plan. If you know they are alive to see the end, so be it. It's not about you. You go there, Nigeria will continue. Especially those that don't believe in the ideology of Samuel Ekpa and Nnamdi Kanu in terms of everybody going his way. If we want Nigeria to actually work, we need more military men. We need more gadgets. We need more shit. We need more everything you think of that will work. You know why? Let's assume it today now. Nigerian military take over government. And all Nigerians celebrate. Let's say we all agree, say yes. This stupid man, what would they sort every day? They don't come out for power. How many hours or days will it take Boko Haram to run our military to come off inside Asu Rock? Can anybody think about that for a minute? Forget about the foreign outside influence. If Nigerian military take coup power today, how many hours it go take before Boko Haram run them out of power? Do we ever think about that? No, we don't. Because maybe we don't like to Nigeria, and because they say, nah, foreign, it's not about foreign. Internally, you need men with gadgets, with everything. You need that, especially when you have 2-3 stupid tribes that are fighting for power. You need something to keep everybody in check. Make I give you another example. It takes a man with faith and gun to take power. Bola Tinubu is a case study. In case, because we they argue every time, we know they actually concentrate events as it happen. When between the election period and when they go after Igbo, now how many years? You think say the men, people where the Buhari men will go after Igbo, they don't know what they do. That is the arm wing of the Tinubu movement. But even after they take Igbo out, what happened? Few seconds after they declare winning, who appeared for Isaiah Rock, where everybody they complain? Asari Tokubo. You know what that means? You don't know. But those who are looking for power understand. If to say Bola Tinubu, they won't do anyhow for street. Another one go know say ESF get boys. It is because of actors like that. You need to have more men with military mindsets, even if they are not serving actively. People are not paying attention. Everybody they recruit today, every nation is building their weaponry and their military men back. So today they make use of Germany. You now want to allow Germany to build their military armory back based on their history, First and Second World War, but they don't get choice. I saw an headline today coming out from UK that gap here when they give teenagers between them go school, they can allow to come and serve in the military and get paid. Why? Japanese people are not known to be building military. Today they are doing it. So we should look beyond ourselves. I keep saying it. When two Nigerians does that people make the for power, I kind of see where it's coming from. It is not about us anymore. We are done. We did this thing, so we are too active in another than last 20 years. Don't finish, even though we see there will be useless. That's just one generation.
Okay.
So this thing is not about us. So if we don't want to build military because we don't believe the answer that will invade us, because of the internal actors, we need them. As I said, both men with knockout, both men with all of women, we need them. Who does say if you know one sound?
All right, thank you so much. I don't think we disagree with True Nigeria on increasing military, but we are simply saying that the purpose of increasing the military and the military we have right now is able to deal with a situation which we wouldn't have been able to bring us to this place if we have men who are patriotic to the nation, not to their cause or to their tribesmen. That's what we're saying.
KJ, I agree with you, but look at this though. Nigeria population don't grow, but the military know they grow.
Yeah, so
no be juju be that.
Okay, let's just move. No, I don't want to delay any longer. If you do have something to say, okay. Tony is gone, obviously. Forefather. Okay, Tony. Do you have something to say?
No, I still stand on my point that the military that you have today is not one that can face the challenge that is before Nigeria. It's a military that is polarized. It become political. It's a military that is infiltrated. It's a military that doesn't have morale. Welfare is bad. It's a military that every leadership that you appoint is looked up with suspicion. If it's a Christian that is the head of the army, is looked with suspicion. If it's a Fulani, is looked with suspicion. So you just need, the entire system needs to be rejigged. The entire architecture of the military you really need, and above all, it's not just, the story is not just about, it's good to have a large military. But if you have a military that is not mobile, that is not practical, that is not backed up with technology, modern technology. Ukraine is fighting Russia today. It's been able to hold Russia. Just with a very small army. So today, America is firing. There is no boots on the ground. It's technology. So, when you say all those things, you have to know that it's all encompassing. You can't just take one aspect and say, and in any case, you don't have the money. In any case, there's corruption in the rank and from top to bottom. There's corruption. So there's something wrong with the entire system. You cannot trust this military to do anything because we have seen in the past when the commander-in-chief gives instruction or once he wants to take a position, there are people who would persuade him not to do it. Even the army command, when they want to do something, when CDS Musa said that you should not wait for instruction, you should just fire. People want to kill you, don't wait for any instruction. And he came under a barrage of attacks. So there is something wrong, and we're just sweeping. We're not being honest. That's what I'm trying to say. We're not honest to ourselves. We know the problem, and unless you are prepared to solve that problem, remove that element, that bug, that thing that is causing a problem, then you can have a military that can be feared and respected all over the world, all over Africa. Today, Nigeria, nobody respects Nigeria. It's just a toothless bulldog like the AU. Nobody respects Nigeria. Let me stop there.
Okay.
Tony, make I ask you this question, and Tony. We not get 1/4 of the gadget where America gets, but Donald Trump they celebrate every day that Americans are joining military than ever before. Make it make sense.
Listen, Ike made one point that he would not let his son join the Nigerian army.
That's not the point. No, that's not the point.
Hold on, let me finish. You asked me a question. Hold on. I have a son that is in the U.S. military. I have a son that is in the U.S. military. Okay?
Are people joining more now or not? America joining more military more now. That's the question. That's the point I'm trying to make.
The point I'm trying to make to you is if I know that if I join the military, if anything happens to me, the nation has my back. They will take care of my family. They will look for me at whatever cost. They will protect me. If I see that kind of a thing, that I have insurance, that I can go to school up to PhD free, that when I want to travel, first of all, they will ask, who is anybody here who is an active service or a veteran? If I can see that kind of benefit, I'm ready. Because
Tony,
it shows, because no, excuse me, let me finish. Because it shows that you are serving a nation that appreciates your service. Nobody's going to join the military where we see they won't give you food, they won't take care of you, you don't have equipment, you don't have. Why would anybody enlist? What are you talking about? Why would anybody go there?
That's not the point.
Will you send your son?
Thank you.
Will you send your son to go and join the Nigerian army? We're just here making noise.
Thank you.
When there's a Nigerian army, everything now.
Hold on.
That's what I said.
Hold on. The Nigerian army that was the Nigerian army that ran over Cameroon is not the same Nigerian army we have now.
That's why we need to build it. That's why we need to build it.
Hold on. It's not. Nobody's against building the army. Nobody's against building the army.
You have to have a country first. You have to build a country first.
Yes. You see, you cannot build an army where you don't have a country. Hold on. I'll give you another example.
There was a country.
Okay. Let's
hear from when that book was written.
Yeah. Thank you for that. You see about River State, when Dexter was mentioning those areas, in terms of creeks, maybe he went there for work, but I actually went there when we were younger and messing about in the riverine areas and all the stuff that comes with it, including Krika, where he mentioned. and all those areas we know them. We went to school in different parts of this is the River State. And when he talked about Sarowiwa down, people forget I was there. We were on the street the very day this hung Sarowiwa at I think it's Harbour Prison in Port Harcourt. So all this stuff, when he was saying it, like, it's funny because I was there when it happened, and a few years later, Abiola died, and I was in Lagos at that time, in 11th Avenue. You can't even make it up at key points in history, and it wasn't planned; it was just by chance. That said, when Ike said that his son cannot join the military, that's fine. I don't mind if they then go and serve the masters. I don't. Like I said, this crop is gone, and I'm willing to die for my own country. I don't care because it's only one life you have, and
sorry.
You rather die
give me 1 minute.
country.
Give me 1 minute. Chim, please, can you take control a bit? I want to have a call. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, and that general that died, it's really sad.
But you finish. I have my own private point to make. So that I have become manager doesn't mean I'll make my point. So
I don't forget that you.
That's exactly what I do whenever I'm about to take over. That's exactly what I have to do to defend myself. So that's fine. Yeah, it's sad to hear that he's saying the soya died for nothing, and it's the same thing that a lot of people say. Those people that died for NSAS, they died for nothing, even when they are fighting for the right reason. What is the point? You're going to die anyway. You're just dying for free. You're not dying to make anything better. You're going to fall. And many of, like, according to Tony, he volunteered his son to go and die for the destroyers of his own kingdom, and happily so. Like I said, people are not thinking critically about these things. You can say, okay, my son is in the military. I would rather he's serving in Nigeria, but not so proud that he's fighting for foreigners that are doing everything to ensure your homeland never survives. Personally, I don't think like that. I really think that a lot of younger people will learn, even if they used to think that they will learn from it. But I don't think Tony will ever back down. He will believe that until the day he goes down.
Don't back to Nigeria and fight, my friend. Don't stay there and be enjoying UK.
If I can,
Nigeria and go and join the army.
Let's cool the temperature.
Can I come in very quickly, please, Chim?
How many seconds? Because I was going to make
I missed a whole turn. That's why I'm pleading. I missed a whole turn.
Did you miss this Nigerian military turn? Because I haven't.
I missed a whole turn, bros. Me and Oti, we didn't speak the last round.
I haven't spoken either, but I'll allow two of you speak now. Go ahead.
Well done, my brother.
I'm not even finished.
Oh, okay. Let him finish.
Wait. I want to actually interject him, which is to say, whilst you may have this point of view, which I fully understand, it comes from reading books and understanding what has gone on in the Americas, especially North America. That is what has given most Black people in the world a consciousness, a history, an understanding of who the enemy is and what to fight. The only thing is Nigeria is an absurd country. Absurd. So when somebody puts to you, would you let your son go to the military of Nigeria to fight and die? You may see it as a heroic thing, but we know that in Nigerian military, especially at a low class level, a private in the Nigerian army, if you die, you're just fodder. You'll die and you're forgotten, and it's only your family, the mother of that child, that will cry for that lost soul. So you see, it seems to me that the complexity of Nigeria is not understood by everyone. Nigeria is complex. These things that we parrot, they're not even ours. They're not original thoughts at all. They're thought from a different position, a different disposition. They're not thoughts that speak about Nigeria and the fact that we are Nigerians and the fact that Nigerians, I say it again, are a traumatized people. We've been traumatized by lies upon lies. We've been traumatized by our culture. We've been traumatized by our very parents. Not to say and take anything away from our parents in terms of the good job they did in raising us. However, the level of mistakes and imbibed nonsense that they offered us, we don't even talk about it. We don't even speak about how poorly some of the things that we had to take in our upbringing and what it meant. We don't care. We're just here. We're men. Now we can talk rubbish. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. That's what I've got to say.
See, I see what you got to say. I think I can understand your frustration, but mine, whatever I say, I do my best to tie it to reality. Because if you are saying stuff, and you can't anchor it in what is happening in the world and what has happened in the past and what is likely to happen in the future, then you are less likely to be accurate. And accuracy is quite important. I try my best to be as accurate. That's part of the reason why I'm engaging in this, because I've seen so many, kind of fake news, really, that doesn't even bear resemblance to reality. Is very, very important, because reality is, in a way, is divine. That is the only real thing out there that has been created and is based on events of the true world, not something happening in your head. So that's why I cherish it so much. And when I say those people didn't die for nothing, they didn't die for nothing. That general didn't die for nothing. He's the one that is keeping the roof up until the others are ready. And there are people that will not join. There are people that will not join first. That's understandable. They want to see progress before they are willing to volunteer. It's always like that. The forerunners will always go forward, and the others will stand behind. And there's always going to be a middle class, and there's always going to be people at the forefront. That is how all nations are transformed. We like it or not, that's how it happens. I'm not going to, you know that Black Panther. Everybody understands Black Panther. You know the Jabari tribe. They said they will not fight. They joined when they fight the summit. There are always people that stand back. That feel like, no, this is not for me. But later on, when they see progress, they will join.
One can misinterpret the past and even misapprehend the present. So all this, you go on and on, and
but I do my best to ensure accuracy, and you can find dispute anything I have said.
Sorry,
I say you can dispute anything I've said. Most of the stuff I've said is
I don't
reality.
Anything now, but I can tell you, when you say that, somebody can interpret it as somebody as the general dying event, right? Again, as a matter of interpretation, a matter of perspective,
That's
right? But is in your view, in your mindset, you think is that for a worthy cause? But
yes,
there's a subjectivity there.
There's a reason why you
so
go to Nigeria today.
When somebody looks at looks it in the round in the Nigeria of today and what that country, the prospect of it, the sustainability of it. Is it going anywhere? And is there any sense of belonging? And then even the military itself as a sector, of that country, and the populace, the population. What is that? What was he remembered?
But that's when you cherish those who have made the sacrifice at that time.
Guys, can I stop you guys? I don't want us to go off tandem.
But that's right.
My understanding is that we're talking about how to improve our military. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't want us to go far off from it, because we're now going to other rabbit holes that are not necessary right now. And then the conversation just goes all over the place. Mm-hmm. So right now, I think we are all in alignment. Our military has lost its glory, as far as I'm concerned. While we're discussing this, forefathers, I went to Google the top military African powers. Nigeria is ranked third. Nigeria is to be very close with Egypt. It used to be Nigeria and Egypt, almost neck and neck. But let me read something out that I just Googled. There are different things, and Nigeria still remains third. Look at this one I saw.
And they are being generous, actually. They are being generous.
Okay, well, there's a reason why. Let me tell you why they're keeping us as third. They said top African militaries 2025 estimates. They said Egypt strongest overall, often cited for substantial equipment and manpower, ranking highly globally. Egypt is the 9th strongest military power in the world as of 2025. 19th, sorry. Number 2 in Africa is Algeria, a major power with advanced, look at the words they keep using for them, advanced air and ground assets, usually second on the continent. 3, Nigeria, pay close attention to the words used, leads in personnel and has a significant military presence in West Africa, ranking 3rd. South Africa is mentioned 4th. Listen to the word used for them. Known for its advanced technology, particularly in its navy, submarines, patrol vessels, and air force, typically 4th. One last place I want to read for us before I oh my gosh, I hope this thing hasn't closed. Okay, good.
It hasn't closed.
So this one says Africa's strongest military for 2025 show wide gaps in capability, budget, and workforce. Egypt and Algeria continue to dominate the continent. They says Nigeria, South Africa, and Morocco remain key regional. So regional simply means if you look at the African context, Nigeria is not regarded. That's the truth. But if you look at it from a regional presence, so even a weak Nigeria right now is still a force in West Africa. Why? Because is it Ghana? Is it Cote d'Ivoire? Is it Senegal? Nobody's going to compete. But is that what we want to be known for? We want to be known as a superpower in Africa.
You see, that one is enough for us. A superpower in Africa, okay?
That way cannot be enough.
No, I'm saying not me. It's enough for the Nigerian. That's, aren't we the
Okay, I get
you understand that level?
Point.
If Libya was still a functioning country,
they'll be ahead of us.
Yes.
They'll be ahead of us. Thank you. So, forefathers, nobody is saying we shouldn't recruit foot soldiers, put boots on the ground. We need to. But what we're saying is, if Nigeria has been doing the right thing, funds are voted for education, used in education. Funds are voted for defense, you put them in defense. Some of the defense funding would have gone for technology, would have gone to improving our military, our air force, improving our presence sea-wise. Don't forget, some of these insurgents coming in is because we haven't invested enough even in those foot soldiers you're talking about. That's why people can easily come in through our porous borders. But if we've been investing properly, these guys morale will be strong. They will be doing their job. They will be, repelling all these kinds of persons who come across and get into Nigeria. Listen, we're not doing what we're supposed to do. And that's why our military is becoming a ragtag. Like somebody rightly, I think it was KJ before he went off. A military that used to go into every other part of Africa. Do you know that what we fail to realize, I keep saying this here, this Nigeria we're all looking down on, including me, used to be a nation. Botswana, Zimbabwe, Zambia used to run to. Congo, Nigeria, the African commander that headed the forces in Congo for Africa was a Nigerian. That's where Aguironsi and Co. all made their marks before he came home and became head of state.
That's right.
But today, listen, do you know that for a long time, the chief of army staff in Gambia always was a Nigerian? Did you guys know that? Always. The last head of the Gambian army was Guadabe. The Guadabe that was accused in a military coup by Abacha. He used to be the head of the army in Gambia.
He still went to Gambia and plan coup.
We thought Gambia how to plan coup.
Chief, not only the head of army in Gambia, almost the whole sensitive military officers in Gambia are Nigerians.
Exactly, for a long time.
But Chief, is it not the reason we should build the military?
That's we're not
you know what I call that? It's like measuring height among dwarfs. That is the problem. We do this where we measure height among dwarfs. Those nations are useless. They are basically dead nations. Look at Ghana with a population of about 33 million, having 15,000 soldiers. They are dead. They are not nations. Now, let me give you the ranking of Nigeria in the world. Nigeria in the world is about 31. While Egypt is around 19. So there are about 11 countries in between Nigeria and Egypt. The gap, and they were generous in that description that you gave. They just said we have manpower. What they didn't tell you is Algeria and Egypt has 3 to 4 times more manpower than Nigeria. They just talked about advanced technology alone. That's what they didn't tell you. Okay, that's how shameful our situation is.
To help you put context, that manpower that we don't have is also the fact that we have people who are defecting away from the army. You know what's the word? There's a word they use for people who leave the armed forces. There's a word when they run away. What's the word?
AWOL.
Abscond.
No,
abscond. Abscond is the one.
Not abscond. There's a word for it.
There's a word for
it. Be AWOL or absent without leave.
No, not absent without leave. There's a
desertion.
Desertion, correct? Yes, close to it. But the point I'm making, do you know how many people are deserting the armed forces?
They are deserting the armed forces, yet people are bribing to join the armed forces.
Nobody's bribing to join the armed forces anymore.
I'm telling you, I know. I'm telling you what's going on on the ground. I know. I've seen it.
a lot of Nigerians don't want to go there anymore.
Yeah, it's
They,
disaster.
they
That's
are
a good one.
doing it. I'm telling you.
There's a joking skit where somebody said that he just got an information. It's a joke. It was a skit that they are asking Nigerians to come and join the police force. He now joked and said that when this police, he was speaking in Yoruba, I would have played it here for us to see. That when he went to join it, he was the best, and that they said to him he didn't win. He didn't get in because they said he looked like somebody who will have gone. It was a joke. The way he speaks in Yoruba. If you listen from Yoruba context and you understand Yoruba, you will laugh. But the point I'm trying to make is this: they've made it unattractive. The armed forces should be very attractive to go to. Yours truly wrote NDA. I wrote NDA to join Nigerian Defense Academy.
People don't have jobs in Nigeria. There are people that don't have money. They, you know, when they join the force, they give them at least 2 million or so naira after the.
If we are looking for complaint and problem, there are 1 million of them.
Chim, listen. Before let me say something. When you were making some references about what was the impediment to Nigeria and not having a good military, have we forgotten the real thing that is our problem? Corruption. The whole money that is being invested, the whole money that have been budgeted for the military is in somebody's pocket. Nobody is giving an account. Nobody is giving an account of the military spending in Nigeria. The contract that they award, nobody checks nothing. So it's not only that we are talking about, forefather is talking about manpower, more people.
Forefathers, can I hand over to you? I want to go and sleep.
We forgot it.
How can you be handing over to forefathers is in London? Or you say you want to sleep? Forefathers for he doesn't want to sleep.
Forefathers does not sleep. Forefathers does not sleep. I need to go and sleep.
I sleep very well. I'm not Batman, you know. So I hope KJ is there. I want to play out. If we are going to close out, I want to play because this is Igbo week now, Igbo culture week. So I have to. It will be nice because I'm not hosting anything.
What do you mean by Igbo culture?
I don't know when he.
Look at that.
He started that one.
You're a ball guy. Keep quiet. So the point is, I do.
He done something very wrong to one Igbo person. Now he tried to correct himself.
Right. See, every week I've been doing it different tribes. Every week I've been doing different tribes. I've done Ijo, I've done Efik, I've done Urobo, I've done Edo. So this time is Igbo this week. I did one yesterday, so I want to play the video again today, an updated one, so that use it to close out. It's quite long, almost more than 5 minutes.
Right.
So you can. Kene was very happy with it yesterday, so it will be good for you guys to watch.
All right, but guys, a goodbye. I'll see you guys. Forefather, you can take over.
Take care, Jim.
All right, nice one.
All right, Jim.
So in short, they all agree with me. They surrendered. There's no point. I think it's already time to close out now. I think personally, I would like to play that out, the song out, so that you know what? Let me just thank all the people that were in the chat, so that all our politics is there. Boom Boom Ray, thank you for joining us. Tata Awo, thank you for joining us. Heart Valiant, I see you there. McEnelly, thank you all for joining us. And they donated to Has Valiant as always. The valiant one supporting the channel with a lot of money. I really do appreciate you. You know, Hassan, you're doing a spectacular job. You know, we don't praise you enough. And Madam Tokwe, the same thing, always supporting the channel. And Israel, I see you there, Israel. I also see you, Greater Godage. I see you there too. Thank you. Of course, I'm not going to say everybody. Queen TA, I see you there too. And Ovie, thank you for joining. And one of the few that can, Okbegolo, they do see, maybe you have something that a lot of people don't have. You see, Ovie, you are quite the character. You do your research. You do some studies. People don't respect you as much as they should, really. If you ask me. At the same, oh my God, who is this?
Now because I'm the smoky ground.
Why do you do this every time, man? Diaspora voting. Why do you do this every time? You don't want to close and you show up. Why did you do that every time? Yes, okay, you can't hear me even. So, Jagon, as always, thank you for joining us. I really, everybody appreciates you for coming in and from London, staying up. I can't believe you stay up just as long during the day. You don't have to, and you come here talking about Nigerian issues. So you have to be appreciated. And Tony, as always, I appreciate you too for coming. The eloquent Tony, the eloquent Tony.
Hold on.
But
because
yeah,
he's not living a miserable life.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
He don't send anybody.
That's right, homeboy.
That's it.
Like so. So as always, the eloquent Tony always joins us. Clarity and thought, even if we disagree quite a lot now. Like we're disagreeing more and more. You know, when he first came on, we are agreeing a lot.
Tony goes to run for election. He's one of
them. Not my deal. Not my deal. He's been smooshing with Nigerian politicians now. And support the diaspora voting appears to have frozen. Or he's just making
it's better he's frozen, Joe. He will come in and just start stammering here.
He's just
in our head.
Let me see if I can bring that audio on. If when he finishes and if KJ hasn't returned, because I have to wait for him to come before I actually end the show. It's only
before you do that, why not let Lukopi say one or two words? I'm wondering why
he went out. He's going to come back.
He went out. Okay.
He's going to come back. So we'll play it, then we'll wait for...
you played it yesterday now?
Yes, now. It's updated.
Okay.
You have to play it throughout the weekend.
Elijah Sokwabia, Gideon Sokwabia, Namu Abraham, Isaiah Onyamuma, Tito Patenken Sukabo, Anile Supa, Anto Alva, and we're on your mama, come on, Anyapano, yeah, I have a canoe, Kanga, and you do it, yeah, you kill him, kill him, kill him, yeah, you kill him, yeah, you kill him.
na mili malogwe na wogwa nze wenye uko kedizi kosi na yokelize we na mili malogwe na wogwa nze wenye uko neberebe nzo ibari amu begwe ni wogwe egwu na mu masibili kedizi ali o bizali Mamula namu Mariamu rakani mwogu egwu na mu masibili ebilio ebilialini Ibiribi bueno zo Yego keliza kwebe tibo budo yibo Watazia Namuo na namu Yekeliza kwebe mili malogwe na wogwa Nze uko kedizi kosi na yokelize we na mili malogwe na wogwa nze uko
Father, now your friend.
ibari amu begwe ni wogwa egwu na mu masibili kedizi ali mamula namu Mariamu rakani mwogu egwu na mu masibili ebilio ebilialini ibiribi bueno zo yego kelize kwebe tibo obodo oyibo watazia namuo na nnamu
Okay, I don't know what how did this go?
Where is everybody? Hold on. I don't know where everybody has gone. So let me remove this. All right. Yeah, this is Igbo culture. Normally, this, because I'm not doing a show, I wanted to make sure we play the Igbo culture today because it's supposed to be Saturday and Sunday, like everyone else, Ijo, Efik, and all the others. So I thought,
Father, the man that is hosting is an Igbo man. That's all.
Yes,
no, I don't want that. It's not an Igbo culture. That is not Igbo culture.
Is that not Igbo culture?
You choose to play what you want to play. Is that how does that depict the Igbo culture?
That's Igbo culture now.
No, that's not Igbo.
Okay, what am I missing here? Are those not Igbos?
You are not a Nigerian. You are from Bakassi.
So, if you want to play Igbo culture, you go to the 1900 and play what was there at that time. That's Igbo culture.
Exactly.
I play some of them. I play some of them now.
Exactly.
I think he didn't see it. I played some of them. Let me show you.
I watched you yesterday. Now I still watch you. Don't play more because it's not the Igbo culture. I'm not the Igbo culture.
This is not Igbo, eh?
No, please.
These are not Igbo. Okay, I don't know what is Igbo then.
What did I tell you?
Do you know
it? They act like masters. The master is Igbo who they use. Hold on. Like this is what the master will show.
Where I got the information are from Igbo sites, and they are saying it's Igbo. What am I supposed to say? That is not Igbo culture.
Are you a Nigerian at all? I'm serious.
What do you want me to say? So you mean if an Igbo person say this is our culture, I should say it's not?
How you know Igbo culture? That's my question.
No, I have to listen to an Igbo person. I'm not the one that is making it up. An Igbo person is the one that posted this thing and saying this is our culture.
Are you the Igbo culture is Nigerian culture? So I'm asking you, are you Nigerian?
I'm a Nigerian, of course.
So
why are you asking me this question? This is crazy. That is Igbo culture from Igbo person.
Igbo culture is Nigerian culture. Hausa culture is Nigerian culture.
That's true, but no. You have to acknowledge the tribes. And I've done Ijo, I've done Edo, I've done Efik, so I've done Urobo. So it's only fair. I'm going to do Yoruba next week. So
I came out and said that is not Edo.
What's going on?
Whatever I like. Edo, not Edo culture. Oba Bini is not Edo culture.
All right. So let's leave that.
That's exactly how KJ responded. Now what you are playing doesn't suit him. That's exactly what I said when you were playing.
But Kene was very happy with it. That's this thing him. But Kene was very, very happy.
Kene is
you know what Kene said? Kene said watching that he's very something about that every other person should be regretting not being Igbo. Just watching that alone. That's what he
Yes,
said.
because you have mixed
PMO.
what you played. For instance, Kenneth could have been referred to the marriage ceremony that was going on there. It could have
No,
been
all
referred
of them. He was talking from the beginning and the end. He say awesome.
the song they are using is an Igbo song singer, a folk singer. But doesn't mean that some of those things are mixed because Igbos don't have marks. Okay.
What? People have marks, man. Come on. How about the Adama? Come on, man. They have Adama. You think I don't know?
Let me tell you something.
Adama and all the rest. Yeah, you say they don't have marks.
The Igbo set of people who started putting marks was put there, and the northerners, I mean Middle Belt people, were to differentiate them from Igbos during the war. And so if you have anybody who you see with mark, it's only because they're trying to say you don't want them to identify you as Igbo. But naturally, well, Tony is here. I don't know Igbo people that have, nobody in my village or my whole community. You see Chim's face. Chim is from around my place. We don't have marks. So
not now. In the ancient time, they used to have it.
Why? It's like me reading theater now. I want to talk about theater. I go and start talking about the medieval theater, the Oscar Brockett time. Does that?
No. That's not how to receive it. If the marking of faces, tattoos, all these things that are in African culture from a very, very long time standing, if it was part of your culture at a time, it's part of your culture at that time. It may change, correct?
Okay.
But was it ever a part?
No.
And my reasoning, Mio, I know if
I didn't want to discuss.
You're not letting me finish my sentence. Me personally, I know that Igbos had scarification at different levels. They had scarification. So for you to just pretend that it never happened in history, it's very foul. I don't know why people do things like that.
I don't know why you even though the Igbo language.
Anyway, he's going to say now me being Yoruba, I'm telling you Igbo how it was. All right, fair enough. You don't have to consider what I'm saying.
Some of the
Igbos have what is called uri. Uri is the white chalk that they use in decorating their face and making those if they go to even make any mark at all. But the uri is applied widely. Okay. Now, but what I'm simply saying is this: most people who are now alive will not identify what Father is playing as Igbo culture. But if you want me to go to that medieval area when you got there, I can go get you the dance that was available even when Nigeria was amalgamated. So you see how they dress.
KJ, when you were growing up, did people have that Obanje mark? No, let me ask KJ now. When you were growing up, the people used to have that Obanje mark on the side of their head.
You have called it something. People who are possessed and who they are trying to cure, and they have to put insertion on their face. That's not because they're giving them mark for that.
But they have scarification. That's my point. They often come with different scarification. I've seen them when I was growing up, and some of them are not Manje even.
Not all marks are tribal marks. Some marks are due to some situation and circumstances that were happening at the time. Because I get mark. That's why they talk like that. So at the time when the invasion happened, right? Family they scatter, every other thing they scatter. So some people they go as far as to give their children mark, so that they go feel unite. And once they unite, they go recognize them.
Simple. Let me say this again. There's, for instance, those are more like a treatment of a particular disease. For instance, if a man marries,
there's a disease too.
Yes, if you marry and you give birth and the child comes and dies, and then come again, the same child comes with the same face and dies, and maybe come the third time, people will say, no, there is a problem here. Then they'll go and put those insertions on the bodies of that is not because they are giving the traditional mark. That's because they're using that.
This is still not traditional. Your Bible don't do that.
It is medicinal.
That's what I'm saying.
It's medicinal. It's part of your culture, isn't it?
Some are culture, some are not. Not all are.
Okay, which one is itchy? Which one is itchy then? Which one is itchy that they do? What is itchy? How can you explain it to us, KJ? Itchy that they call ritual scarification.
Ichi is something, just initiation. That's what Ichi means. Like what the small boy is doing. So if you want to show an Igbo in coronation of a chief, you show that small boy and what either his uncle is doing for him or what. That's
no, it's
how
rite
you do.
of passage. It's rite of passage. That's a good thing now. Why are you fighting?
Rite of passage.
Yeah, that's what they are doing for the young man.
Yeah, that's a cultural event.
Igbo person who is a man who does not do rite of passage or woman. Rite of passage is a festival. Okay, that is done, and it's not even done in the way you see it. We all have, our mothers have judges, and those judges are given to you to decorate. Like for me, I had more than 20 judges around my waist, and then one crossing you. All right, you are decorated. Is when your parents show what kind of caliber of judges they have to show their richness. So
you know what? If you have links to them, send them to me. Send the links to me. I will use them. If you have proper deep ones, I will use them. Because it's a matter of slotting them into the video slides. And then you will present them tomorrow, because I'm doing one around 8 p.m. tomorrow. Because the Igbo people have the deep one represent. Yeah, no, it's important. No, because this is Nigeria. See, so no, seriously, you guys think this is a joke. If you are the one doing what I'm doing, you get emotional because
so I see Bonaventure putting call, which is Ibuichi. Now I don't know much of the Nsukka, the Anambra side, but of course, like I said, majority of those who didn't want to be identified as Igbos, we are having those marks, or we wanted to hide their people who had that mark. It wasn't that it was originally there. So Ibichi didn't mean that people will be giving incision of their faces or their body for that to happen. Except it's for medicinal purpose, or you want to fortify the person. That's a different thing. It's a different thing.
But they said, from what I've seen in the description here, they said it's something that they normally used to do before. Maybe they've stopped it now. And they said it's initiation into the aristocratic in the Anna Ozo society. So it's like a aristocratic thing that they used to do before.
Before you become Inze Ozo, you know the level you will have reached in Igbo land for you to come to Inze. So it's not are you going to say when they become like old as myself or Jagun here, then they go and start putting this is all?
It's me, I'm not as old as you. It's still part of the culture, isn't it? Jack would defend himself quickly.
Gentlemen, I want to sign off.
Yes,
but before I do that, I want to thank Dr. Damages for providing this platform. He's done great. January to December. I want to thank the moderators and those behind that we don't often see. You guys have provided us a platform where we can interact. Occasionally, yes, we shout at one another, but it's been great fun. Some of us can't make do without being here in the platform. We make good friends, we're connected. So I just want to thank everyone. I want to thank the viewers, and trust that in the new year, we'll all come together and make this platform much better. And
thank me especially.
Yeah, my prayer for you, G. I have a prayer for you.
No.
I have a prayer for you in the new year that you stop smoking Igbo. You go on the
That's a wasted prayer.
But it's been fun. It's been fun. In spite of everything else, it's been fun. And I think it's good for us to come and talk about our country and see how we can move it forward. But I'm trusting that for me, I'm really down when it comes to Nigeria. Maybe in the new year, I'll change my mind. But the thing that I see, they don't make me happy. And with that, I want to sign off and say good night, good morning to everybody.
Well done, Tony. Well done, bro.
Thank
you, sir.
Yeah.
That's proud voting. You want to say something before we also sign? We're all signing out right away.
Got a plan for us.
No copy. He's gonna say some real trouble now. Watch him now. Watch him.
I'm smiling. Call Loco P. Why would I beat Don Pedro now?
You say? They are surprised. Anyway, good day,
I'm
everybody.
surprised.
Anyway. I'm surprised when I see the video. They just disgrace the tribe, man.
You see, you done some decoration in your house there. You didn't tell anybody. Oh,
They just disgrace the tribe, man. Just so the things say that they do the palace a favor, not necessarily that they bring
excuse me.
disgrace to the palace name, because they are doing it in the name of the palace. Although nobody the palace send them. The one thing that the palace is doing wrong is that the palace is not even putting out the strong statement, stern warning that this self help that they are doing in the name of the palace is not what the palace stands for, and ask the law to catch up with anybody who is doing that, to serve as a warning to others not to do that. But the palace will say no, the palace do not stand by this, but you're not putting out a strong warning so that people will stop doing it. Imagine this same set of people now go destroy the whatever organization they want to do there in the museum there. So it's just a disgrace that they allow this thing. So it's going to this extent. So bad anyway.
What did the person do?
I not see the video. Say talk something. Say enemy of the Oba. Like, because in those days when I grew up, yeah, you be scared to point to the palace. You have this fear that if you point to the palace, your hand will bend. You must sleep. Wake up. This fear that we have when we're growing up. So most of us still, even if we don't believe it's true or whatever, because of maybe knowledge or whatever, but the fear is still there. Like you have, reverence for that, that palace. But over time, I don't know, they just decide to dabble into politics, and politics is dirty, man. And you are royalty. You're not supposed on any ground. Not supposed to even dive into politics on any, no matter what, because it's dirty. Even if it's not dirty, the people who runs, who participate, who do with it, they are dirty people. You understand?
Did the guy play any role during his brother's reign as a governor?
He did. No, he wasn't having any position. No, nothing. He just because he probably he went to the UK, because even the brother said that one I see idiot on the own. How would you not finish your tenure as a governor? You go and see be organizing meet and greets and so what the fuck? Which idiot you be? I mean, who does that?
Okay.
Be doing meet and greets abroad. So
support diaspora voting.
The guy went there just to support. I don't know why. So, but
you have something to say before we are shutting down. I gave you the opportunity to say something.
Yeah, who's shutting down? Yeah, it's been good to talk to everybody, see everybody, all those will not get sense. People like AY will just come, and even Jago we don't smoke it board. They talk any just now. I look and they laugh. I don't know why. But it's just good to see everybody. Thank God for everybody that we've not. I hope everybody's checking up on everybody anyway. Thank God there's no bad news, that all of us have been here over the years. None of us have death has not been any of our portion. Sickness has not really been any of our portion per se. I hope everybody's still okay, hale and hearty, doing just there, hanging on. Life is not easy. The useless Western economy is crumbling every day. We should all come back, put our hands together and make sure we have a purpose in our country called home. I can see, look at Zidane now. Zidane, the legend in France. He was in Algeria, supporting Algeria because you understand. Mbappe from Cameroon. He was in Cameroon watching their football. Everybody's going back, legends in football going back to their country to support now, because they now know Africa is waking up, and where they think they are is is crumbling. So we fool ourselves, thinking say in a better place we are supposed to come out too, because these guys are seen. They've traveled the world, they have money, they've seen it, and they're going back to Africa to go and do their own thing there. We are here thinking we are just come and talk and do nothing. Nigeria is our own. We have no other place than to. The only way forward is to build it, nothing else. You understand? So we should be seeing, moving that direction. Coming down here every day and talk. January to February or whatever. Yeah, nothing. It's even getting worse. We are happy. I was talking about it, but actions are not taking place for me, which I'm not happy with. I've always said this. Look, we should come together, no matter what. It will not cost us anything, because whatever we're working for, we will die and leave it. Many people did not see the end of this year. We saw it, so probably it's for the purpose. So we should come together, no matter what. It's not even any convenience of any sort. Come back and let's join us together. Look, there's nothing for us to lose, only to gain. So please, Nigerians, chat session, comment session, wherever you are, Nigeria is the only country we have, no other place. No matter how they try to sow seed of, discord, disunity, arguments, hatred, betrayal, tribal religion, whatsoever. Man, we are only fooling ourselves if we play to their card. Me a long time ago, I've seen beyond what these people stood for. I've seen it. They're just so pathetic that many people are still blind. No matter how educated they think they are still blind, myopic in their thinking, and think, oh no, it's me, or it's my tribe. To hell with you and your tribe. But for better, if all of us, no matter where we come from, we see the same spirit, the same goal, the same purpose. Better for everybody, because this is your tribe of within. You will down and leave it. Your tribe will still suffer or enjoy if they want to. It's not with you. So we should come with this is our last chance, because I think if the next 10 years from now, we should be thinking, I guess maybe our topic or whatever chain of reason will change. So with this last strength, energy that we have right now, I think it's an opportunity for us to come together no matter what. You understand? If it's only the last thing we do before we die, better. Because the people that we think we're going to do it for us, from what I'm seeing, education-wise, they are not vast. They are not even thinking of building the future. All they're just thinking is whatever the West brings to our table, we just follow. When it comes to IT, technology, governance, or whatever, health, we just follow. There's nothing like build your own. We are not building our own. That is where I'm angry. We're not building our own. We're still relying on these people. And these people that we're relying on, their economy is crumbling. They are looking for leech country to leech on for survivor. They are looking at it, but they don't tell us. They put us off to story news out there thinking they are superpower or this and that. They don't. The ingredients that they need to survive is here within us. They still will look at them distracted. We think we are pursuing words or pursuing whatever, So for me, it's just bad anyway. And I hope next year this type of conversation will change and we'll do more action rather than talking our comfort zone. And that's it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Local P. What is
Why
up?
you say Local P get sense like this?
Why?
Somebody say, why are you doing that?
Why comment to?
It gets sense now.
KJ, this one a New Year. Why you dey struck face for me every time, Seth? Huh? First of all, wait.
I want to shut down.
Wait, KJ, wait. This one, even Christmas mineral, no see. You know, even say make you send me Coke. This one and my friend, make you use this one. All of now be Christian. Say
why? I don't celebrate Christmas. I don't celebrate Christmas. I said it on this channel. I don't celebrate Christmas.
You don't celebrate.
You're not.
That did not send me anything. Local P that is even making noise. You see, forefather, a whole pastor forefather.
Why I go send you gifts? Where you get 72? No, wait now. Why I go send you gifts? Where you get 72 virgins for heaven? I won't send you gifts.
Let me put this to you, AY.
Yes,
let me put this to you, AY. For a Christian to accept or to offer a Christmas present, it's unlawful, because if it's Christ that we are really talking about, he wasn't born at this time. Firstly, now for a Muslim to ask for a Christmas present, my brother, now you and Beelzebub straight.
But I must say, Muslim, they do give food. Man, I can't count how much I've eaten from Muslims.
If they are doing
even in London,
we have food. You gotta eat, man. No worry. But
they always bring food.
If people do not want to give to me,
okay, that is not part of this discussion. I don't want us to go there.
You see, KJ, KJ, I think you're supposed to be a military man, no?
Yes, I only didn't finally enter. That's the only thing.
I wish maybe you would have been president of Nigeria and just.
No, I wouldn't have been. I would have retired by now. All my friends have left.
Instead of carrying camera to Borno, you go carry AK-47.
I prefer the camera because the camera tells you in memory.
No matter. More. How far?
You want to serve your country, Abi? Okay.
How is everything going, man? I listened to a lot of discussion today, man. I can't.
Talking to me or you're making a contribution. I don't want to.
Actually, I'm just here to greet all of you. You know.
Okay, no, go ahead. Go ahead, so I can shut down. We already more than 4 hours.
I think Local P have said it all now.
I wonder if you might be able to help me, AY, or anyone. You know, when I was younger and I used to have water fall in my ear, and I used to be able to take it out very easily. About 10 days ago, I had a shower. Water fell in my ear. Up to now, I'm half deaf.
Wow.
One side of my ear is not. One side is not working. I'm telling you, and the thing not gonna come out.
Now the effect of the bomb blast from Donald Trump.
I wish it was. My.
You can use cotton board now. You're soak it out.
I've tried, Abraham. I'm telling you, my ear is aching because of all the level where I try. I even tried spanner self. Nothing worked.
Maybe you should.
Which part of your ear is it?
Inside.
Part of your ear.
Which side?
Yes, all right.
Left or right?
The left. My left side.
This one.
You need to sleep. You said that to sleep.
Right, I said 9 days. 9 days. I've even had obviously showers, obviously.
And nothing. AJ want to say something. Let him say something.
It's on your left ear, right?
Correct.
So now stand on your left leg. Okay.
Oh wow. Okay.
This way. And then jump up and down only on one leg. That's one leg.
Really?
And then you do.
Try it.
Okay.
I will try it too. I don't know if it sounds like he's mentioning one African American wedding circumstance.
If you break that one leg, you let us know just in case.
And they tell you how to take some of your problem, you talk your own. Okay.
Thank you. I will do that. I'll do it and let you know.
Don't sleep on one side, yeah. If you don't sleep on one side, on that ear, add more water to it. Let it fill up.
See this man. It won't kill me.
No. Trust me. No, add more water to it,
and jump.
Then
just
it hop. All of them will burn out.
Hop. It will come
For some reason, I kind of believe the one KJ is saying more. Try that.
If you don't sleep on one side, then pour more water.
Not trust Local P.O. Not trust Local P.O. If you like, he can tell you to put BSF. Don't trust him. Don't trust this guy.
All right. Listen to me. Pour more water on it. Once it's filled up, turn it away. Everything will pour out.
We have to shut down right now. And thank you so much. It's been a blessing working with all of you. And, as a guy who just kept, blessing us today, we really appreciate what he did. Valiant, thank you so much. We appreciate all that you did today. You are the only one. And
wow.
And then Oscar Black, thank you also. The two of you made our day today. And we just want to bring this to a close because we can't go on forever. It's almost getting to 5 hours. And we're only supposed to do 3 hours. Appreciate all those contributions that people have made, either whether you're sitting on the on the keyboard or you're here with us like AY and Diaspora Voting, who came at the last hour. We bless all those who have contributed. So your time and your treasure, like I always say, it is invaluable. It's not going to return to you again. That time of your life is spent, and we're glad you spent it with us. We are looking forward. The next time we see you will have been in 2026. God's willing, we will again start all over again to do and discuss and try to canvass ideas that may help those who want to, who are in position of authority, who can implement these ideas. Our desire is that we see Nigeria, a better Nigeria in 2025, 26, and that all the issues we have right now have all been, done away with, especially the case of people losing their life. For me, I don't care whether you worship Mami Wata. It doesn't bother me. Just let the life is sacrosanct. Nobody can replace it. So it doesn't matter who the person is. Religion is a choice. At the end of the day, it is only you and your maker that will sort out, when you're no longer here. So why should we bother so much where you are going? If you choose what you want to be, And so let's put our head together. We are the ones bringing these issues to ourselves, because if you keep your house in order, nobody can come and tell you how to keep it. Whether we like it or not, we're not doing very well. Nigeria is supposed to be leading the black world right now. We're not close to that place yet. It should be a concern to everybody, whether you're in government or you're out of government, whether you believe in one Nigeria or not. Right now, that's the only one place we have. So it's either we make it work or somebody will help us divide it. And that's where we are right now. It's a very troubling time for our country and for everybody. Those who traveled during this Christmas, they knew what they went through on the roads. Between Abuja and Lokoja, some people spent as much as 3 days on the road. And when you cross Lokoja, those going to Benin, they spent almost another 3 days on the road. Is that how a nation should develop? People drive from Maryland to Texas, all the way to California. Nobody, no hold up, nothing. Road keep flowing and all that. And the people make a lot of money even from transportation alone. Transportation, because those highways, those expressways, as we call it in Nigeria, have places where if you are tired, you can branch in. It's like a market. You branch in, park, eat your food, rest. If you want to sleep, you lower your chair and sleep, and you are safe. You have a toilet, that's everything. The life is 24/7 continuous. You finish resting, you get up, you and your family, you continue your journey until you get to where you're going. That's why it becomes a way of providing employment for people. Those granola sellers, those biscuit sellers, food vendors, and all that, they are all lined out there 24/7. I don't know why we seem to behave as if we don't have a head to think on how to provide employment for our people. Making the road alone function is that alone has created employment for people.
You can't go to Nigeria. You can't go to Nigeria and misconstrue the amount of work that there's actually to do. It's impossible, unless you're a crazy guy. If you go to as soon as you touch down, there's work to do. So I don't know this on unemployment. It's the lack of thinking. Anyway, sorry, let me allow you to close.
So the thing is simply that we have so much, but very little is being done. There used to be a time when they are traveling, Obulafo used to be a major hub. But today, because the road is so bad, people don't go that way any longer. And that market has, it's almost dying off. We need to be more proactive and more, we need to use more, skills. These skills are there in Nigeria. They're not anywhere. And for people who are concerned, the concern of a government shouldn't be buying new Prado Jeeps and bulletproof Land Cruisers for their ministers, but to use that money to develop the nation, before we run ourselves into a problem. On this faithful note, I want to thank all of you. 2025, by the grace of God, have been so beautiful. Father, thank you for all you do. You are the one who spend most time. I don't know how you do it, but you do it all the same. So I want to thank you. Always, even when everybody...
He records all of them, and then he goes home, and then he just listens to what he said, and fast forward, listen to what he said again. That's how he does it.
Jago is somebody excuse you, KJ. You can tell him to give to you. If you want to be spending that long hours, tell him to give you. There is something he's using. The ordinary eye.
All right. Well, for now, thank you so much. Thank you. God all of us to help the nation. Pablo, thank you so much. Even though you have changed your name now to China Must Go, I don't know why you want China to go, because China have almost taken the whole of Africa. It's now the partitioning Africa that we are entering the middle stage. So by
before
next
those bomb go reach my village, make China go, I beg go. Now because
okay.
of that, bomb go.
So, thank you so much. You also have been here. Thank you all. Done a great job. Thank you, support diaspora voting. Ewa, thank you so much. Even though we may not be agreeing all the time, but so
now New Year they come.
Yeah, I don't come to make enemies. I mean, there's no need for it. No matter what anybody says here, government not going to change. They will still do what they haven't. Tinubu jumped to Europe. So is it there? That's what we are dealing with. So so that's the nation. That's Nigeria. So on behalf of Dr. Rudolph, who invariably handled the first part of this broadcast, I want to say thank you, and God really bless all of you. Good, big. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, KG. I appreciate. Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
KG, man.
I never